And we're here. Y'all, I am so happy to be back in Southern California and home with my family and my house. Make sure I'm not muted. Thank you. I did check the mic levels before I went live today, but I'm sure something will go wrong because I had the computers off the entire time that I was in South Korea, obviously, and I just turned them back on this morning. So, we'll go to play a game and there'll be no sound or something. Things will be broken, I'm sure. But thank you for your patience while I do all that today. And also, thank you to those of you who subbed or gifted subs on our countdown screen. STS2884 and Ridian, always great to see you both. Compsci Dude, welcome back, 28 months. And Eardle, thank you for gifting 5 community subs to the channel. I appreciate you. Home bed does just slap different. And especially after the week that I had. So I will tell you. I will tell you all about the most awkward work trip of my life. And I do want to give the disclaimer that the fact that it was the most awkward work trip of my life had nothing to do with South Korea itself. South Korea was beautiful. All of the people who I met there were very kind. It just had to do with what I think may have been a giant misunderstanding. But it was very awkward. Basically, from what I can gather, I was hired to do a job that never existed. So I got there and everyone was like, who are you and why are you here? When I was already in Korea for the week. So you may remember that before I left, I was like, I'm really nervous because I have no information. No one's giving me any information about what I need to do. And yeah, okay, STS says, okay, well, free vacation. So that was the piece that I made with it while I was there. Was okay, I guess paid vacation is kind of the piece that I made with it while I was there. But it was not great. Aviator Dan and Vegeta, thank you both so much for the resub. Good to see you. Did I fall for a timeshare scam? No, it was not a timeshare scam. I think, honestly, there was just a giant miscommunication between the people who hired me to do the job and the people who were actually there at the event. Because I was definitely, hired to do a job, and it was pretty specific about what I was supposed to do. But then in the Odyssey day of what was supposed to happen, originally, I was going to do an Amazon live stream from the event, hands-on with the phones, like I normally do, but out of my home studio, except for in Korea. That was the plan originally, and then I was going to do a bunch of extra social media promo, at Samsung headquarters, and touring the factory where the phones were made. And this is all what I was told. That's what I was hired to do. That's why I was going out for a full week, not just a few days, because I had all this stuff to do. But it was all very last minute, and we're going to have to get flights this day and this day. And then right before I left, I was like, I don't have any information. What hotel am I at? I need information. And so the day before I got on the flight, they were like, here's the name of your hotel. And I was able to call and at least confirm that yes, in fact, that hotel had my name on a reservation. And so I was like, okay, well, I have my flights and I have my name on a hotel reservation that's there. So I guess this job is happening. And the people that hired me were like, yes, sorry, there's just that you haven't gotten details because they're not finalized yet. So I was like, okay, so while I'm in the plane, these details will be finalized and someone will give them to me. Is that what I'm to understand? And it was like, yes, we will get you the details as soon as we have them. Okay, great. So I get on the plane. I find a way to my hotel via taxi in Korea, which I have not been to Korea before. I've not been to any Asian country before. But I figured it out. I put on my big girl panties and I figured it out. And I got to my hotel and I checked in at the hotel, which they did have a reservation under my name. And they gave me a cute little Samsung swag bag with some cool Samsung stuff in it. And I was like, neat. Okay, yes, I'm supposed to be here. This is fine. And so while I'm in my hotel room, I do have an email at this point that's like, hey, here's your point of contact while you're at the job. Okay, not much, but it's something. So I text and email the person who is my point of contact, and I'm like, hey, I'm here, checked in. Please just let me know what time and place I need to be, places for tomorrow, and for the rest of the week so that I can execute this job to the best of my ability. And the answer I get back is, well, you have your badge for the event, right? That's all we have you scheduled for. Okay. Well, then why am I here for a week? If I'm only supposed to be here for one event. Okay. So, and then that person's like, I don't know. We'll have to check with the US team. And they're all asleep right now. Okay. So then it's like waiting on time zones to be like, well, let's see what everyone says on the other side of the country when they wake up, I guess. Odyssey Dave says they didn't send someone to escort you from the airport. That's weird. Right. Normally on a job, someone would pick you up at the airport. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, so I'm in my hotel room like, okay, well, I guess I'll just hibernate here in my hotel room until someone tells me what's going on. So yeah, super awkward, super uncomfortable. But I was like, okay, well, absolute worst case scenario. I do have my badge to get into the event. I've learned how to take a cab here in Korea. So I can take a cab to the actual event, take a cab back to my hotel, and then I guess I just have 3 days to kill at the hotel in South Korea for no reason. And so anyway, once everybody talked to each other, the situation was not better. Once everyone woke up in like 12 hours time. And so then it was the people, the very kind people in Korea that were like, hey, we're trying to scramble to see if we can get you on some stuff. Oh, P.S. there will be a bus to the event if you want to join with the bus. But it was like, I felt like I arrived at a party I was not invited to. Because everyone was scrambling to try to make me feel less awkward. But everybody was awkward. And yes, I have been asking for info for weeks. And so people went out of their way to make it less uncomfortable. But yeah, I was like invited to a party that I was not actually invited to. Or I was hired for a job that didn't exist, I guess. I don't know. It was all super weird. And so anyway, I took them up on the offer of the bus to the event, and then I worked the event. And the people who, except you were paid to go to a party, which is still pretty cool, I guess. But yeah, so the whole day of the event wasn't till nighttime in South Korea. So the whole day of the event, I just did nothing in my hotel. Because I was like, I don't know how to get around here. I was told from the time I got here, my transportation and itinerary and meals and everything would be taken care of. Like I would be on like a guided 3-day adventure in South Korea. That's what I was told. And that is not true at all. I was just left alone for many days in South Korea. So yeah. Oh, thank you for the hype train. Sorry, I've been like telling this story. Thank you, everybody. Aviator Dan, Vegeta25 versus Zorian Kid, Patty McDaddy, Compsci Dude, thank you for gifting so many subs. CL Martinez, Corellius, thank you all so much. So Rob is like, are you going to be reimbursed? Like, these are all great questions at this point. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. I still have I have no information. I have no information. I know. Dangerous Pineapple says, sounds like showing up as someone's +1, but the actual invited person doesn't show up. I felt like it was like the plot of Taken. Like, I've just shown up here Dante, I don't know. That is all to be determined at this point. But yeah, I mean, I definitely have the communication with the people who hired me and clearly what I was hired for. And then somehow that, I don't know how that information of what I was hired for got to me, but the people on site had no, like, they said, like, they had no idea what any of that was. But someone knew because someone booked me a hotel room. And whoever booked me a hotel room booked it for the whole week, not just for 2 days. So, like I said, I tried to make the best of a really uncomfortable situation. And I went to the event, and I did have a good time at the event. And at least at the event, I was able to see other tech influencers I know. Now, the other tech creators that I know were in a completely different hotel than me, on a completely different itinerary than even what I was told I was supposed to do. So far away, I was like, far away from them, I was like, oh, I wish I was doing what you guys were doing with all of you, with my people. That would have been amazing. But it was nice to hug them for a few seconds. And like at the event, I was like, does anyone want to go out and get dinner after or anything? And they were all like, no, I have to go back to my room and edit a ton. I'm going to be up all night. I was like, I get it, because you're actually doing the job you were supposed to be here to do. Yeah, I get it. So it was nice to see my friends for like a hot second. But then I didn't see them at all for the rest of the trip because they were off doing cool things that I thought I was supposed to be doing. And then the folks that were there that were trying to scramble to make me feel less awkward were like, hey, so we can get you in on like some of these cool influencer activities. But they weren't like for tech influencers. They were for like dance and music and lifestyle TikTokers, which is how I ended up in a dance class. And so it was very kind of them to let me last minute crash their party and come along to those events. But it felt super uncomfortable. Because I obviously have nothing in common with like early 20-something dance TikTokers who were all very nice, but they were also all international. So even like when I was on the bus with those folks, like they each had their own entourages and were like speaking languages from all over the world. There is no photo and video of me K-pop dancing because I noped out of that real fast. So did you dance and where's the footage? No, I attempted and then I realized that there were cameras rolling recording it and I was like, nope. No. Nopers. Maybe I'll reenact it for you at some time on my own time. Because I did take footage of everyone else doing the dance. And maybe I'll do it like, here's what everyone else looked like doing this. And here's what I looked like. I'll reenact it at some point. But yeah, so then after that, it was like, I was super grateful that they tried to accommodate and like put me in with these folks. But that is also not what I was expecting. And, you know, and the whole time I'm like, with the people that hired me, I'm like, okay, so how can I still complete these deliverables for you? Because I'm here. So like, what can I do? And so we were able to change the scope of work given the situation so that I could still put out content. And yeah, so then it was like, okay, well now you just have like 2 full open days in Korea with no one to help you navigate or anything. And so luckily I have a bunch of friends back here in the States that have contacts in Korea that basically everyone like called their contacts and was like, hey, my friend Trisha is kind of stranded in this place she's never been before. Can you help her? And bless, so many people that were total strangers to me started messaging me on WhatsApp and were like, hey, my friend of a cousin's mother said that you were stranded. You want me to like come meet up with you? And so these are all strangers to me. Yeah, STS, I was like borderline, like, I was, like, super high anxiety, and I kept going through waves of, like, I'm okay with this. I'm gonna adventure out and try to make this happen. And then just waves of terror where I was like, nope, I'm super uncomfortable. I want to go home. I hate everything about this. And I'm just gonna hide in a fetal position in the bathtub in my hotel room. And so I kept going through waves of that. And it was super nice of people that don't know me to reach out and offer to help, which was great. Like, my sister was like, my best friend's mom lives there. Not that you want to, like, hang out with her mom, but if you run into an emergency, you can call her. Or, like, if you're stranded somewhere and can't translate, you can WhatsApp her mom and her mom will translate for you. And, like, but these were the kind of, like, connections I had, which was, like, again, very gracious that people offered, but still, like, wildly inconvenient for them. Like, I just felt like I was inconveniencing everyone because they all had things planned for the week already that they needed to do for their jobs and their lives. And here they are trying to, like, shoehorn me in so that I feel less comfortable. Like, it honestly it felt like not even a party. It was like I crashed somebody else's vacation. And then the entire week was like, hey, I'm so sorry I'm here. It was awful. Yes, Mr. Bowen says that's the worst feeling when you feel like you're just kind of in the way. I was in everybody's way all week in a place that I didn't know or understand. And it felt awful. It felt awful. I'm so glad to be back home. I almost changed my flights to come home early, but at that point in the week, I was like, I'm sure I'll find a buddy. Like, maybe in the hotel lobby, I'll find another tourist that's like, yeah, let's go do stuff together this week. Like, I'm such a social person that I thought, no problem, I'll definitely find a buddy. But with things I don't realize, and have since learned, are like in pubs in South Korea, nobody goes by themselves. Everybody goes with a group. So, like, if you're by yourself at a pub in South Korea, that's weird. So I didn't find a buddy. I want to give a huge shout out. I know I put this on my Instagram story, but Eugene and Tiger, whose name is spelled B-U-M, and I'm so sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it, your Korean name, and I don't want to mispronounce it. My Korean pronunciation is awful. I couldn't even learn hello or thank you or excuse me, so I was just walking around playing on Google Translate. I was doing this to everybody. I would just type in thank you in Google Translate and then walk around to people like this.
Thank you.
Oh, nope, not that one. Give me the opposite. Help me out here.
You have returned.
Yes, this is what I did.
감사합니다.
I was just walking around like an awkward person,
감사합니다.
pointing at my phone for an entire week. But yeah, shout out to Eugene and to Tiger, who rearranged their schedules, so that they had some free time on the last day. So the last day of my trip before I left, Eugene had taken some time in the morning and Tiger had taken some time in the evening. And this was, again, like a friend of a friend, like a phone call from a friend of a friend of a friend. So I don't know these people personally. They don't know me personally. But they rearranged their work schedules to come and, like, pick me up at their hotel, like, at my hotel, and take me places. And so Eugene took me to see the palace, which is something that was on my original, like, when I was hired for the job, itinerary to see, that I was actually excited to check out, and I was bummed I wasn't going to get to see. So huge shout out and thank you to Eugene for taking me to see the palace, which was lovely. And then he also took me to, like, this really cool street full of cafes, which, like, the cafes, all have what looked to me to be, like, hidden entrances, but there's just, like, little doors in the walls that to me wouldn't look like a shop or a thing or anything I'm supposed to go in. But it was like, yes, go in this small door and go up these steps and over to the side. And then there's this really cool cafe. So again, huge shout out to Eugene, because I would have never found any of those places on my own. And having someone to be like, order this thing, it's really good, was very helpful. That was super helpful. So huge shout out again, and thank you to Eugene for taking me to the palace and for showing me like the cafe street and the shops, because none of that was near where I was staying, and I would have never found any of that on my own. So that was great. And then shout out to Tiger, who was able to take me out for Korean barbecue and to see the bridge light show that evening, which again were things that I was like, I read about that. That would be really neat to see, but I have no idea where to go to see that, or like if I need to buy tickets, or also just like cultural things I wasn't used to. Like restaurants work very differently there. There's call buttons, and utensils are in a drawer, not on the table. But yes, it was authentic Korean barbecue. And also Tiger had explained to me that like this is not like touristy Korean barbecue. He was like, this is where the locals go. So I was like, okay, you're amazing. Thank you. Thank you for taking me there and showing me this. And this was awesome. So thank you, by the way, mods, for dealing with some randomness in chat. You're all amazing. Consult your doctor, Fuchsia Nice Phoenix and Emperor Keelich. Welcome back. Good to see you. Spammers are weird today. Thank you, mods. But yeah, so the last day, I actually had someone that knew and lived there being able to show me things, which is awesome, because I mean, I was expecting to have someone show me things the whole time I was there, and then that was all not true. So at least the last day, even though it was a little like I was like, Eugene, I'm so sorry, you should be in the office working right now, and you're taking time off to take a total stranger around. And same thing with Tiger. I was like, this is your Friday night. Like, I'm sure you want to go hang out with your friends, and instead you're hanging with me, who's a total rando. But they were both so kind and so generous with their time, and thank you. Yeah, and they were all as a result of my manager here made a phone call to one of his work colleagues in Korea, who I met with the day before for like a little coffee chat. Shout out Hugh. You're amazing. And Hugh was the one who called Eugene and Tiger to like help that happen. So shout out to Hugh, Eugene, and Tiger. Thank you times a million. Yeah, it was, but like the one, like shout out to any of you who solo travel, because it was, so all my stress before I left was 100% warranted. All the stress I had before I left, that I was like, I just want to make sure I don't show up and everyone's like, why are you here? Which is exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. But yeah, I mean, I at first I was like, I'm just coming home. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm coming home. And my manager was like, look, you didn't fly halfway around the world for nothing. You're there. Try to see some stuff. Try to make the most of this. Let's think of this like a vacation. Take some relaxing time. And yeah, if I even had one other person with me, like if Nate was able to come with me or my manager had come with me, I think I would have felt very different about it, because then it's like, I'm on an adventure exploring with someone else. I would have had a Sam to my Frodo, right? Instead of just me. Just me. Yeah, this was the opposite of relaxing. Yeah, I was pretty much huddled in the fetal position 99% of the time. But yeah, shout out to those of you who solo travel. I know people that have like, I'm just me and my backpack and I'm doing 3 weeks across Europe or whatever. Shout out to you. because that is not something I have ever desired to do. And I also, if I ever did decide, like, hey, I want to do solo travel totally by myself in a place I've never been before, you better believe I would have researched the shiz out of that ahead of time. I would have read so many articles on, like, things to do and not to do culturally when you're in Korea. I would have learned some Korean phrases to get around. I would have probably booked some trips with, like, tours that had other English-speaking tourists so I could make friends and then have people to go out to eat or drink with from friends that I made on the trip. Like, just being like, surprise, you're stuck here, have fun, was awful. It was awful. And so then while I was there hibernating in my hotel room, I was like, okay, let me try to research this stuff fast. And can I book a tour with less than 24 hours notice? And should I even do that? And what are the things I should be seeing? And oh God, hyperventilate. And so, yeah, but then I kept being like, breathe through it. You're an adult. Lots of people do this. I know Seoul, where I was staying, is a very safe city. And so honestly, I tried to make the best of the situation, and I did end up seeing a lot of cool stuff, which was great. And again, huge shout out to Hugh, Eugene, and Tiger for their absolute generosity in helping a very uncomfortable stranded woman and taking time out of their busy schedules. I didn't try Korean beer, Rob, because I don't drink beer, but I did have some soju, and it was delightful. But yeah, I mean, there were some people from Amazon there, not people I work with on my team or my team that hired me, but like there were some people that are like Amazon corporate from UK that were there that let me crash their drinks they were having after the event one time. And so they were very nice to let me crash their thing. And then initially they were like, oh, if you want to join us for dinner tomorrow, let us know. And I was like, oh my gosh, yes, please. But then the next night they ended up having a business dinner with their clients because, again, everybody was there to work. So, like, I understood that everybody was there to work. I just wasn't. So I was like, I get it. Nope, do your thing. Have your dinner with your clients. Thank you so much for making time and room for me last night. I really appreciate it. And so... Oh, J-Trod, you said I thought it was funny that you ran into more LA people in South Korea than in LA. I didn't write that. My friend Rich wrote that. And I ran into Rich at the event. But yeah, Rich was with the US tech media. So they were all in a separate hotel and on their own schedule the whole time. That's honestly, normally when I go to events like this, that's the group that I'm with. So the entire time I was like, I just want to be with those people. Those are my people. Why? Oh, that's who I thought I was going to be with. But then I think, I still have no idea, but I think I was never intended to be with those people. I think even if I was on the itinerary that I was hired to be on, it would have been with the influencers, not the media. And the influencers, none of them were tech people. They were all like lifestyle or health or beauty or fitness. Which it doesn't make sense that I would be put with those people either, which is maybe where part of the confusion came from. I don't know. I spent so many hours in my hotel room speculating over where the miscommunication went wrong and what happened. All I can say for certainty is that it's not on me. I have a very clear, this is the job you were hired to do. And then when I got there, I had a very clear, nope. Okay. So, needless to say, I am so Yes, the Forlorn Night, I believe that is the case. But so it feels so good to be home. And I just said to Nate when I got home, like, I was like, can you just hold me all day and tell me I'm wanted and I'm supposed to be here? Because I just spent an entire week feeling very, very much like I'm crashing someone else's vacation. And, you know, just like imposing on people. I just felt like I spent an entire week imposing on people. And that feels really awful. Thank you for her hugs. Come inside, dude gave hug. I need it more than you guys do. But here's a hug for everybody. But yeah, so, and you know, and Nate and I, and my manager and I talked about, like, steps we could take to avoid something like this in the future. And I don't know that I could have. Because all the information I was given sounded pretty on board. The only way that my spidey senses started to go off was when it was getting closer and closer to my flight. And I didn't have any definite information. That's when my alarm bells were going off. Like last Sunday when I was talking to y'all on the stream, and I was like, it's so weird that I don't have any information. Like, yeah, that's when I started freaking out. Ugh. Hey, Logan Slay. Welcome. Oh, happy sub-anniversary, P-Boy Art. CP says, if you're going to South Korea again in the future, I volunteer to fly out and be your bodyguard / assistant. Would love to go to South Korea or Japan, but feels weird to go alone. Yes, like, I legitimately almost just put out in Discord, yo, if anybody can get to South Korea, I'm here and really need a friend. Like, I almost just put that out in Discord.
You have returned.
Pave Camaro, welcome. Welcome. I volunteer as tribute. Well, also, I know for some of you saying I volunteer or I would have come, flights to South Korea are super expensive right now. So that was also part of it why, like, we didn't even entertain the idea of having Logan stay with a grandparent and Nate coming with me because the flights were so expensive. But yeah, Seoul was beautiful. Everyone was very nice. There were so many people that saw me awkwardly using Google Translate to try to get around or you know, try to figure out where things were, that just helped me out of the kindness of their heart. Like, even if they weren't very confident in their English. It's also helpful that I've heard that pretty much everyone in South Korea can speak English. They just might be a little bit nervous about their skills, so they tend not to, but pretty much everyone can. But there were a lot of people who, like, saw me being very awkward, and were very, like, pointing at, like, the direction I needed to go and stuff like that. And so like I told you, I just put up my
감사합니다.
my thank you on Google Translate and kind of nodded in their direction. Zorf, how many dollars to Seoul? The plane trip, round trip, was like between $3,000 and $5,000 for one person. They were a lot. The products look really cool in your content, though, says Geeky Heart. Okay, so the actual event was cool. Like, that was the part I knew I was going to do, was the actual event. And I've been to countless of these, like, tech unveils before. And that's where I saw my tech media friends. And, like, that was the one part of it that I was like, yes, thank you. This was what I was excited to see, was Samsung Unpacked and be in this room with all these people and people that I know and checking out these phones and all the, like, hypotheses I had about what phones they were going to reveal and all that kind of stuff. That was all true. So, like, that couple-hour event was great. That part was great. And I saw someone ask earlier, yes, English is a required language course in primary schools in South Korea. That's correct, Ohio grown. But I saw someone ask earlier, how far in advance would you normally have details for these things? There's no standard, but just to give you a comparison, I have an event in November I've been invited to, and I'm getting details now. In July. That's more what I'm used to. Ah! So, like, the details right now for the event in November are basically like, hey, starting to figure out flights for people who need them. Like, send us, like, fill out this Google form, and we'll start to figure out flights. As we get closer, we'll give you, and I already know the hotel I'm staying at, but they were like, as we get closer, we'll give you hotel confirmation numbers, full itinerary, but here's, like, the basic itinerary we expect, but very communicative, months in advance. I have another event in September, so it's still July, it's almost August, but I have another event in September that I just got an email about yesterday. That was my second email about it. The first email about it was weeks ago, and it was like, hey, are you interested? And I just got my second email about it like yesterday or the day before that was like, love to hear that you're interested. Let's chat details. Here's some more information for you. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the miscommunication happened. But obviously someone knew I was supposed to be there because they had this beautiful hotel room with like a swag bag and everything booked for me under my name for the full week. But everybody on site did not know I was supposed to be there. So I don't know how that happened. But yeah, it's so nice to be home where I feel wanted and expected to be here and not like I'm imposing on people. That's great. Forlorn Night, that's a great question. I sure as heck hope so. That is for other people to figure out, not me. Dante says you were definitely invited to the party. Some of the hosts just didn't know. Yeah. Star Sister says, but you were expected at that event for one day, right? Or not even that? No, I was expected to that event. And in fact, I had 2 badges for that event. I had badges from different departments. So multiple people were able to get me badges to that event before I left. That was like the one piece that was squared away in advance, was badges to that event. Volberg says, do these kind of things happen often? This is the first time in my career I've experienced something like this. Psychotic. The the reservation was taken care of for me. And the travel expenses, I was told I was getting reimbursed. So again, we'll see. Star says maybe 1 badge from the tech department and 1 from the influencer department. No, I had 1 badge from the partner group, which is like if I was an Amazon employee, that's what I would get, is a partner badge. And then I also had an influencer badge. Yeah, Robbie, lots of people apologized to me while I was there. But no one knew, like, it was like, oh, I'm so sorry, this is super awkward. But, like, no one knew why or what happened or anything. One badge, definitely for K-pop dance sensation Trisha Hershberger. But yeah, so I don't know where the miscommunication happened. But somewhere in the whisper down the lane between Trisha's hired for job X and Trisha is here to do job X, something whisper down the lane got real messed up in there. So I was double invited, but no one knew what I was supposed to do there. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. And at this point, honestly, I don't even know that it does any good retroactively to try to figure out what happened. At this point, the move forward is, let's just hope that expenses will be reimbursed. Because I had to, like, give up a few jobs to be out of town for a week, understandably. So I'm just hoping in the aftermath, right, exactly, Ignito G. That's where I am now. I'm happy and relieved to be home. And, it's funny because I don't want to say I'm relieved to be home in any way as a reflection on South Korea, because South Korea was beautiful and everybody there was so kind. But yeah, the logistics of the travel experience were a bit of a nightmare. But yes, so nice to be back. And I was laughing when someone who said it earlier in chat. I was really laughing when someone said, "It's amazing Trisha even knows what day and time it is, let alone is streaming." It's true. I'm very, brain-wise, I'm very all over the place. But I think that has more to do with stress than it does lack of sleep. I'm sure the lack of sleep is contributing to the stress. Maybe they're building on each other. Lost in translation defined. But yeah, definitely dealing with jet lag, definitely still trying to breathe. The flights themselves were fine. Yeah, no major delays or anything. And the flights I booked myself, so I knew I had booked them to get into the airport that I wanted to with the time that I wanted to. Because again, I am a person who schedules everything ahead of time. And so even on the phone call I had before I left for this trip, I was like, okay, I'm just trying to make sure on the phone that I'm not just going to show up there and be stranded. I even said that on the phone. And the person I was talking to on the phone was like, absolutely not. You'll be totally taken care of. And so somehow those people were not on the same page as the people I was told were my point of contact in Korea. Yeah, somehow those people never talked to each other, I guess. And then after I was there and kept pointing out the inconsistencies, I don't know who ended up talking to who, but the resolution was we'll try to get you on some of this stuff. Everyone's really sorry. This is really awkward. And I was like, yeah, it is. It's really, really awkward. For me, especially. How was Logan while I was away? Logan was great. I mean, he was here with Nate, so he was super fine. And we video chatted on WhatsApp a lot while I was gone. The time difference there, it was better for me to call them. My morning there was their afternoon and evening here. And Ignito G, yes, that definitely could have been what happened. Said sometimes that happens when certain people leave a company or certain procedures have gone through a recent change. Totally. Bigger on the inside, did you get something for Nate and Logan? I did. So again, shout out to Eugene for taking me to the market area on the last day, because all the shops that were in my hotel were Louis Vuitton and Cartier and Balenciaga, and I was like, okay, I can buy all these at home, and also I'm not spending $7,000 on souvenirs. So thanks but no thanks. I have Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills at home. I'm good. And so I did end up, again, shout out Eugene for taking me to the market. I did end up getting something for my sister, who was wildly helpful while I was there. She has done some solo travel in her life, so I called her to give me tips, and she was great. She got me to a bunch of different websites that had top 10 things not to do when you're a tourist in South Korea and stuff like that. So I got something for my sister. Logan got a little Korean Lego mini that is a keychain that he could put on his library card, because he just got his first library card this summer. And I also got Logan in Korea they use metal chopsticks, and here we use wooden chopsticks. So I got him a kids training chopsticks thing with a cute little penguin guy on top, that you put your fingers in specific parts on the chopsticks, and it teaches kids how to use chopsticks. So Logan got a little Korean Lego mini, and he got a like how to learn to use chopsticks thing. And then for Nate, I brought him back this really cool bottle of soju that the bottle looks like the traditional Korean face mask. So that's what I brought back for Nate. So one of these nights we'll have to order sushi and have our soju from Korea. That'll be cool. And then I'm not going to say what I got my sister because I haven't given it to her yet. But I picked up something as a thank you for my sister as well, because she was I was on the phone with my sister for almost an hour every day while I was there because she's done so much more solo travel. My sister is much more that personality type of like, yeah, I'm just going to fly to a country and see what happens and it'll be great. Like, she is the person for that. So when I was stuck in this situation, she was the first phone call I made. Hey, Shauna, what do I do? But yeah, she was like, okay, you're going to go to lonelyplanet.com. They've got great resources. And she was like, they don't use Google Maps there. I was like, oh, I learned that day one. Learned that day one when I couldn't get around at all. They don't use Google Maps there. But she was like, they use these two apps all the time from what I can see. And her best friend, my sister's best friend, is Korean. So she called her best friend, and that's how I got her best friend's mom's phone number in case of emergencies. Yeah, nope. So I needed to use a special app instead of Google Apps. And I used Google Translate everywhere. And now that I have all this footage, I am going to try to put together like some kind of travel vlog. My problem is, this is the worst. Trisha gets an F as a content creator. Half of what I filmed was vertical and half of what I filmed was horizontal. So I hope I have enough to do like a YouTube vlog that's horizontal, but I might only have enough to do like a vertical vlog. I was like, I don't know how content creators do it nowadays. Do they just have like one selfie stick with two phones on it, one each oriented a different direction? I don't know. But I did actually take a lot of footage of stuff that I was experiencing just to like come back and show you guys and show Nate. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can find like, okay, so like this was, I took myself out for Korean fried chicken, which was terrifying because when I got to the area, I was like, I don't know which of these places are even places I'm supposed to go in, because I can't really see any of, like, each building had multiple doors, so I didn't really know where the entrance was. Like, what's... Okay, yeah. Just picture doing this by yourself. I'm going to show you. Hi, Snack Pack. Yeah, St. Clair says, worst case scenario, you can keep yourself on screen while having the vertical video show next to you. Maybe, but here. So, this was like, okay, I'm using the navigation app to walk to where this chicken place that I found online is supposed to be. Totally by myself. Walking to chicken place. I get to where the app is like, okay, you're here, and this is what I see. Which of these places is the chicken place? I don't know. And so then I'm using Google Translate camera like this, trying to read every sign on the wall until I can find the one that seems like it would be correct, but I wasn't sure. Here, let me see. Oh no, that's not even it. That was the next day. Okay, here it is. This is what it looked like when I was trying to find chicken. Look at all those signs. Look how many signs. Which one is chicken? I don't know. The app was just like, you're here. Now, Snack Pack says you could have asked someone. What would I have said? Chicken? Or would I have gone, do you know where chicken is? And then been like, and pointed at my phone? Just been like...
치킨이 어디 있는지 아세요?
Just done that? Is that what I should have done? This is how I was the entire week. It was awful. So I did find the building eventually, yes. And then once I found the sign that said the name of the chicken place I was looking for, then I couldn't find the door because there were so many doors to the same building. Like a side door, a back door, a door that went downstairs, a door that went upstairs. Which door is chicken door? I don't know. I don't know which door is chicken door. And so eventually one of the front windows looked like it opened. And I was like, I might be about to crawl into this restaurant through the front window. I don't know. And so I opened the window door. Turns out it was the front door. Phew! Okay. So I open that door. I get into the chicken place. I'm in the chicken place. There's a couple people sitting at tables inside enjoying their chicken. Great. Smells wonderful in there. Neat. I kind of wait up at the front thinking there might be a host stand. There is no host stand. I'm just awkwardly standing at the front while other people eat their chicken for a very long amount of time. And then a very nice man who was in there, I think, to get like a takeout order, obviously saw I had no idea what I was doing and like gestured to me and then pointed at a button on the wall. And I'm like, okay, it was not a buffet. Good guess. Color My Chic says, oh yeah, in Asia, there's a lot of entrances, and in a lot of urban places, there's even underground establishments in the building's basement. I forget the culture shock is pretty intense in that regard. It totally is. Yeah, it definitely, Star Sister definitely felt like a choose your own adventure novel. Which door do you take? I don't know. And so anyway, this nice man gestures to me and then points at a button on the wall. Okay, I am supposed to push this button, I guess. I press this button that I've now come to learn is a call button. I guess it's fairly common in these restaurants. And so I press the call button and a lady comes out and she looks at me like, what do you need? And I was like, one. And so she gestured me to a table. Neat. Got a table. Great. Didn't want to seat myself if I wasn't supposed to seat myself. Didn't want to be rude. Wait, a full chicken? What is this pole? Ah! I should have come in a full chicken costume. Oh, I love you guys so much. That's so funny. That's so funny. So she points me to a table. I get to the table, and she brings me out an English and Korean menu. So nice. I can actually read the menu. This is like the first thing I've been able to read without my phone in a while, so I was thrilled. And I have a hard time deciding what I want, but like no one comes over to take an order. That's not a thing, at least at this place. So I'm sitting there for probably 15 minutes being very indecisive, trying to figure out which chicken I want. And there's a tablet on the wall. And I'm like, okay, maybe this is like a you order through the tablet situation. But everything in the tablet is only in Korean. So, again, I'm sorry for the like, so this is what I'm trying to order on. So I can order by picture, but I can't actually read anything. So then I was very awkwardly holding my phone up to the tablet with Google Translate to try to figure out, Cabo says pick a color. And so I picked a picture, and then I was like, this little orange button in the corner is probably order or add to order or something like that. And so maybe it's my big break. So anyway, I ordered through that tablet, and I thought, I hope I did it correctly, and maybe eventually someone will bring me food. Otherwise, I will just be sitting in the corner of this chicken restaurant by myself for 45 minutes for no reason. And so someone did bring me food, And then it was like, okay, great. Now there's like little side plates and utensils I don't recognize. And I'm not sure which of these utensils I'm supposed to use for said chicken. I'm just going to use my fingers. And there's like a little bucket on the table. And I'm like, is that for bones? I don't know. I don't know what that's for. And I don't want to do the wrong thing. So then I'm kind of creepily staring at other people's tables, trying to see if they put chicken bones in that thing. And they all were like then kind of looking at me, and then there was like awkward eye contact. And so then I stopped looking at them because that was weird. And I just made the choice, I'm going to use this for bones. I didn't know if that was for, but I decided it was ye old bone bucket because I didn't know. yes, this is that nerdy American girl watching us eat. Yeah, that's 100. So if you can just put yourself in my level of discomfort trying to figure this out, I was at that same level of discomfort and anxiety for a whole week. A whole week. There was no come down from that until I got home. GK Gamer fan, I am almost entirely sure it was indeed for bones, because when Eugene took me out for black chicken soup, which was also very cool, he said the bucket, they had the same bucket there, and he said that bucket was for like the chicken bones and that kind of stuff. So I'm like, okay, had to have been the bone bucket. I think I guessed correctly. And like utensils are sometimes under the table. Like you don't have utensils on the table. You open a drawer in the table and they're in there. That's a new thing I had to learn. But again, like huge shout out to Eugene for showing me that. Showing me. Meg Grimlock, welcome back.
Have returned.
Like huge shout out for showing me that. Now that being said, once I got the chicken, that was delicious. I still have no idea what these little white cubes were on the side, and I was too scared to put them in my mouth. Someone had said on Twitter that maybe it was pickled radish. I don't know. I don't know what it was. Sugar cubes? That's what it looked like to me. But why would you serve sugar cubes with chicken? Tomahawks is usually radish. Pickled daikon cubes? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it was. But then it was like, okay, I have this. And then I'm like, I didn't order beer. You're supposed to get chicken and beer, but I don't care for beer, so I didn't order beer. How do I ask for water? Agua is probably not going to work here. So then I'm typing into my Google Translate, can I have some water, please? And then, like, hitting the button so my phone talks to them for me. Dante, I did take one and, like, took a small bite out of it. And it was okay. I didn't know what it was, so I didn't eat anymore. But yeah, I mean, the chicken was great. The chicken was really good. But yeah, so then after I finished my fried chicken at the fried chicken place, because I have now been using my phone for absolutely everything, my phone is at like 30% battery. And then I start like having a mild panic attack that if my phone runs out, I'm just stranded. I'm just stranded because I need this to get around. Like, that's why I was calling Ubers, which the Uber app works with the Korean taxi system. So that's how I was getting around. Color Moi Chic says white cubes should be pickled radish or daikon. They help cut through the heaviness of the fried chicken. Good to know. I should have called you. Why didn't I call you? That was silly of me. But yeah, you live your life on 10% battery. Ugh. So I did have a backup battery with me, for the day, but this was dinner time. So I had already run through most of the backup battery. So yeah, at that point I would have been drawing pictures. So yeah, I was using the Uber app to get around. I was using Google Translate to like help me communicate with anyone or read any street signs. And I was using it to like try to take video and photo of my experience. So I was like, okay, I just have to get back to the hotel. I have to get back to the DM, I mean, you're spot on. DM Dutro says, Trisha's sister's sense of adventure. Let's hop on a plane somewhere and explore. Trisha's sense of adventure. Let's take a tiny bite of the mystery cube, but not risk any more. It's so true. And like my sister was like, just take small steps. Like first day, explore your hotel. Second day, take a 10-minute walk outside your hotel. Like just tiny baby steps. But the problem was inside my hotel, which is what I learned when I asked everybody like, hey, what am I eating? When I went to the restaurant inside my hotel, and I got a couple people that were like, hey, not well-traveled American girl, that's Chinese food, not Korean food. And I'm like, all right, well, that's the food they had here, and I'm in Korea. How was I supposed to know that's not Korean food? I don't know. And so anyway, I apparently had some really high-end Chinese food while I was in Korea.
You have returned.
The true Samsung event was you navigating through Seoul using technology. I mean, I guess. That's Star Sister, you're so funny. I had more than one friend tell me to think of it like a D&D campaign. They were like, this is just your quest. And sometimes in the quest, you have to fight some goblins. And sometimes it, like, you know, like you're going to have ups and downs in your quest. The Chinese food was pretty good that I had. But it was still new to me. And I had it, even though I had it in Korea. Andre C. Jenkins' Lonely Planet was the best one to have. And then if anyone else ever ends up going to South Korea, you need... So yeah, here were my Korea apps, by the way. The Subway app, the Naver app, which is what I used the entire time instead of Google Maps, and Duolingo, because I was trying to teach myself some Korean phrases. But the first, 40 lessons on Duolingo are just teaching you the alphabet, so that was not helpful for this trip. And I was not brave enough to try the Subway. I think if I had had someone else with me, even if it was, another person who had no idea what was going on, I think I would have felt a little more confident. But even though I was told that, the subway system in Seoul is super safe and very easy to navigate, I'm so trained from American subway systems that are not super safe and not super easy to navigate that I didn't want. I was like, you know what? I've already figured out Uber, and I understand that's more expensive, but I'm so absolutely uncomfortable with not understanding anything right now. I'm just going to do what I've figured out. Corgi Cyborgi says, were the signs in English? I was surprised how many signs are in English there. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. Yes, this is my Pixel phone. Yeah. That I was using. Garth, no! When did that happen? When did they find that? I'm sorry. We have a fundraiser for cancer next month, almost this month, August 13th. We're going to do a Stand Up to Cancer fundraising stream. I'm sorry. That's a couple weeks ago. I'm sorry. That's awful. Well, we'll talk more on Discord because I want to hear what your treatment options are. I have too many friends dealing with that right now. Yeah, there were lots of different types of jerky. I saw salmon jerky in a restaurant. I did not buy it or try it. But yeah, it was just, on one hand, I have really fun stories to tell from this, and definitely some cool new experiences. Again, huge shout out to Hugh, Eugene, and Tiger, who helped me feel a little less uncomfortable while I was there, and really showed me some cool stuff that I wouldn't have gotten to see otherwise. But, some people, my sister was like, this is what adventuring is, and you're doing it, and I know, your chicken trip felt really awkward, but that's what you do when you travel to a new place. You have to stumble through and figure it out, and you did that, and I'm really proud of you. And yay for my sister being really proud of me. But I'm like, I would have much preferred to know what to expect going into it so I didn't look like such a clueless ding-dong while I was there. I would have preferred, or better yet, I would have preferred to be there with someone that actually knew how to do it so that they could show me the first time so that then I could navigate it on my own after being shown it. But yeah. Yeah. You're sure Bilbo Baggins also won the chicken adventure too. So that Bilbo, I'm going on an adventure scene, it's all I could think about the whole time I was there. I was like, that's all right. This is my Bilbo Baggins adventure. Except for Bilbo Baggins had all the dwarves, had Thorin and everybody else who had been through those places to show him. He had company. He wasn't just like, I'm going on an adventure solo. Gandalf wasn't just like, hey, Bilbo, I'm going to need you to travel there and back again by yourself. No. But yeah, so happy to be home. I'm like, thankfully I was in a safe country, Corgi. Absolutely right. But I didn't die or get kidnapped, so successful adventure. Hey! Yeah, honestly, the reason I think it went as well as it did is because Seoul is so beautiful and well organized and such a safe city, and the people there are so kind and generous. So Seoul is beautiful. Like, I will leave it with this. Seoul is absolutely beautiful. The folks I met from South Korea were absolutely delightful and generous and lovely. And I would love to go back someday with an actual plan and people. Any other people, really. It would be great. So maybe I'll be in Discord one day and we'll plan like a big Dragon Riders meetup in South Korea so that we can all explore it together. Or yes, I could be Nate's guide next time I go. But yeah. Yeah. I survived. And now I know how to order chicken. Yes. So here's the deal, right? So I went to the restaurant in my hotel and then was informed that's Chinese food, not Korean. And then I did the whole fried chicken experience and posted it online, and someone went, oh, you got the Kyochon chicken? We have one of those in LA. Are you kidding me? I almost flipped a table when I read, we have that Korean fried chicken in LA. Are you, what? That's what Paolo just said. To be honest, you can get really good Korean food in LA. What? I did all of that and I could have just driven down to K-Town and gotten it here. Oh my gosh. Corgi says just because they have it doesn't mean they're using the same ingredients. I'm sure the one in Korea tastes better. Thank you for helping me feel better about it. That's what I told myself too. Is hopefully the Korean version I had tastes better. I don't know. But yes, everyone says you'd be safer in Seoul than LA. And that's what I kept hearing. People were like, look, this isn't New York City. This is Seoul. This isn't LA. This is Seoul. Like, it's much, much safer. And they were explaining to me that in Seoul, and in South Korea in general, guns are illegal. So you don't have to worry about gun violence. There's very rarely will you see anyone using drugs. Drugs aren't really a thing there. Homeless isn't really a thing there. So they were like, it's really everyone is looking after everyone else, and it's really a very, very safe city. So I was like, awesome. That does make me feel better about venturing out on my own. And the parts of Seoul I did see were absolutely beautiful and totally track with all of that. Sounds like a great place to live. Yeah, I'm with you. And it was lovely. So yeah, please don't interpret anything I'm saying about this trip being a hot mess as that being a reflection on Seoul or South Korea at all. It's a beautiful place, and I'd like to go back sometime in the future with at least a buddy. You just have to look out for Americans in chicken costumes. Oh no. But yeah, I'm gonna put together some of this footage so I can show y'all the stuff that I saw and did the little bit that I was there. Thanks to the kindness of the folks who either squeezed me into their work schedule or tried to let me fit in with whatever plans they already had for the week. Thank you again to those people. But yeah. It's a shame when the tourists are the ones you have to be cautious of. I mean, everyone was very nice. And P-Boy Art says, I volunteer to be said buddy, even though I've never been there. That's okay. Like, even another buddy who's never been there, like, obviously a buddy who lives there is nice because they can, like, tour guide you around. But even someone else who'd never been there, then at least I would have someone else in this journey with me, right? So that if one of us was doing the, like, Google Translate trying to read stuff on the wall, the other person could be, like, talking to people or just keeping an eye out for surroundings so you don't get hit by a motorized scooter. Or, yeah, shared confusion would be more fun. And, like, two minds together, I feel like, can figure it out a little bit better. As opposed to me by myself just being really uncomfortable and nervous the whole time, which is what it was. But, yeah, I did, speaking of Maud, I did have a nice couple long conversations with Maud while I was there. Soul Searching would be my podcast if me and Maud went back. That would be funny. Wasn't Nate with me? No, no one was with me. But that's what I was like, maybe in the future I insist that my manager comes with me to jobs that are this far away. I don't know. We were all with you. Thank you. But honestly, up until, because all the information for the event was so last minute, up until very last minute, I thought there was going to be a production crew sent with me. Like, I thought there were going to be, like, camera crews and audio guys. Like, I thought from my team that hired me, I thought they were sending a whole production crew out with me. And then up until, like, right before, they were like, oh, no, they're going to handle the production there. The folks there are going to handle the production. So we're just sending you. Oh. Okay. Well, who's my point of contact when I get on site? We'll get that for you. Okay. Sasko says, oh no, good luck, push. Yeah, I know. 100%. Felt like that. And then all my worst fears were confirmed when I got there and hit up the person who they said was my point of contact, who was like, I don't know any of what you're talking about. Neat. Super neat. Strap a $20 to her collar and wish her luck. I don't want to seem ungrateful. The things I'm very grateful for, let's see, here, wait, St. Clair says, honestly, from when you said you had concerns, I had a feeling there was a reason for it. Wasn't trying to add to your stress by saying it, though. I can tell you're someone who prefers to have everything in order way before. Yeah, the things that I will say I was super grateful for, the room that Samsung booked for me was super nice. And there was like a little welcome gift bag when I checked in. The hotel was beautiful, and the hotel did include breakfast every morning. So I was very taken care of in that respect, that I had a really nice place to stay. Breakfast was included, and I had like a cute little welcome bag. And I did have 2 separate badges for the event that I could have redeemed. Those were handled well in advance. That I had 2 badges for the event. The things that never materialized were that I thought that transportation would be provided while I was there. That was not the case. I thought that there would be someone with me the entire time. That was not the case. And yeah, no support while there. So yeah, so that was the stuff that I thought was going to happen. And honestly, if my expectations ahead of time were, you're just going to go to the event, you're going to have to take care of all your own transportation while you're there, I don't know that I would have taken the job. And B, if I did, I definitely wouldn't have stayed for that many days. But I had no way of knowing that ahead of time. You know, like Nate and I and my manager kept talking about what did we learn from this experience. And I don't know that I could have or should have done anything different, you know, given the information that I had at the time. Like, given the information that I had at the time. Rob, what jobs did I pass up for to go to this? I had a couple sponsored streams that I had to say no thank you to. I had the Apogee stream. I've been doing every Tuesday morning. We pre-recorded that to go up the Tuesday while I was gone. And then I was supposed to have a booking later in the week that I had to give up. Ron Halls, I don't know. Now the next part of the adventure becomes, you know, if a lot of the job when I was there wasn't real, how much of the agreement that I made ahead of time is still in play. So that's, but that is, I don't want to say above my pay grade, but that is not for me to figure out at this point. That is out of my hands. So we'll see. You landed in an open world game when you expected a specific quest. That's a nice way to say it, writing politely, and thank you for the resub. I landed in an open world game with no sidekick when I expected a specific quest with a NPC showing me around. Yeah. I definitely did get out of my comfort zone, for sure. I got a lovely, if confusing, trip out of it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm very grateful for the place to stay. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to attend the event in person. Those are always really neat when I get to do that. I didn't get to make the content that I expected to make out of the trip. Why so serious? As if you had to do it again, knowing what you know now, would you? My answer is, if I had to do it exactly the same way, knowing what I know now, no, I would not. If I had more prep time, maybe. Because then I could have organized people to meet up with ahead of time. And I could have organized, like, trips, like, tours and stuff ahead of time, where I could be on a bus for 12 hours, and someone that knows the area could show me cool things. Yeah, if I had had more time to prepare, maybe. But if it was just like, hey, you're going to get dropped in here and at the last minute find out that there is absolutely no one for you to be with all week and you're on your own, good luck. No, I would not have taken that. Hi, Devin. How are you? Sinclair, exactly. And that's what me and my manager and Nate have kind of all come to the conclusion to afterwards in talking about it. is that I followed the directions and I was where I was supposed to be. No tour guide sounds sketchy. I know. And I there were times that I was like, I feel really proud of myself. Like, I got out of the hotel. I'm exploring and doing a thing all by myself. And then I would run into some hurdle that made me feel really awkward and uncomfortable and just want to go back to my room. And like that, a lot of that is on me. I have admitted many times I'm not super well traveled. Not because I don't want to be, just because for most folks in the United States, we only get 2 weeks off of work a year vacation, and that most people use to travel to see their families for the holidays if you don't live near your family. And so that's not really enough time to like go somewhere that's a 13-hour flight away, even if you do take all your vacation at once. And most people in the United States jump right from school into the workforce, so you don't really have a chance to do that. Not to mention that traveling internationally is very expensive here because you have a 13-hour flight. You get 5 weeks vacation, Irdal? You're not in the United States. There's no way. There's no way. But yeah, I mean, so for me, I consider myself incredibly lucky that I have even been to the few places I have been, which this now makes my 4th time outside of the United States. My 4th. I have now traveled 4 times outside of the United States. I have been to New Zealand on my honeymoon. I went with one of my friends to visit her grandma who lived in Mexico when I was in my 20s. And I went to Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. That's three times before this. And when I went to Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, I was only there for the 2 or 3 day event. I flew in, saw the tech convention day 1, got taken out to dinner because, again, normally when you're there for work trips, there are work colleagues that show you around in a different country. So I did the convention all day, dinner at night. Next day, convention all day, dinner at night. Next day, me and some other of the tech influencers that were at Mobile World Congress, because I actually was with other tech people there, tech creators, we all decided to like skip out on some of the sessions in the afternoon and just go see Barcelona, and hopped on one of those like hop on, hop off buses that just drives you around the city and tells you about things. And it was beautiful, but I didn't really get to see or experience Barcelona outside of that. So yeah, those were my 3 times outside of the country before. Now I can add Seoul, South Korea as the 4th time I've been out of the country. But that is it. That is it. So I will admit, I am not the most well-traveled human at all. My sister, she's so much more well-traveled because she graduated college, and then instead of going right into the workforce, she did AmeriCorps, which is like the Peace Corps here in America. And she also just did some trips where she was like, I just want to go live in a foreign country for 6 months. Bye. Like, because it was very important to her to go and have those life experiences. So she did that. She is much more, but when she did her few months in Eastern Asia, she did it with 2 other girlfriends. So it was 3 of them going around together. 10 weeks of vacation a year. Oh yeah, I get that though. Teaching's hard. The outlet plug converter did work well for me. And the hotel I was staying at, because it was an international hotel, actually had different types of outlets in the room, which was super helpful too. Oh, so many great video game developers abroad. I know we get to feature a lot of their games on Gong Show too. Sterling, you've been to Canada. I've not been to Canada, but I would love to someday. And yeah, the outlet thing was super cool in the hotel room, that they had a variety of outlets, so you could use a whole bunch of them. CP, you love IRL travel streams. The only place I had decent enough internet to do an IRL travel stream was my hotel room. And I thought, just being by myself already in a place that I was feeling very uncomfortable, I was like, it's probably not smart for me to tell everybody exactly where I'm staying while I'm here. So I didn't end up doing any IRL streaming from my hotel room. I would have loved to have done some IRL streaming like out and about, especially when I was walking around by myself. But then I was nervous that that might make me a target for people, even though I was told that Seoul is super, super safe. You know, if I'm walking around like blah, 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 blah on my phone, I might be an easy target for something. And I also didn't have consistent enough speeds using my data plan in Seoul, like my roaming data plan, to get an IRL stream. So yeah, my phone did end up working. I had a mild scare when I first landed because it wasn't accessing data at all, even though like I had done everything I was supposed to do to make my phone, like ahead of time, to make my phone work while I was there. And it was like, no mobile data, no mobile data, no mobile data. So then I was freaking out. What I ended up doing, just in case anybody else is in this situation, is completely shutting down and restarting my phone. And then once it restarted, it connected to local towers and was giving me data. The IRL stream would have been full of cursing. I don't know about that. It probably would have been me just being like, oh, I'm so happy to see people that know me. Boy says what you normally do is you'll post pictures and videos after the fact, long after you've left the area. Yeah. And I don't know that another SIM card would have given me better speeds. I don't know that it would have. But yes, turning it off and turning it back on again was the full-on fix it needed. It's always funny when that happens, but it works. That's why people say it. That's why we joke about it. It's always the first thing to try. P.S. A lot of cool games came out while I was gone. So for today, like, what games should we play? I have quite a few options that I'm very excited about. So many games. We're starting, like, the season of new awesome games come out every 3 days for the rest of the fall. There's just going to be so many games. From now on, I'm so excited for Baldur's Gate. I don't know that I have like an official collab for Baldur's Gate, but I want to play the heck out of it. So here, I'll do a which game today poll. Here are the things that are out. Disney Illusion Island. I'd have to download it, but I have a key for it. Disney Illusion Island is out. We could check that out. The Expanse Telltale game is out. And I do have a code for that. Ratchet and Clank on PC came out. Which, I always like checking out the PC ports of PlayStation games to see how they run. Oh, I'm glad you bought Dave the Diver. That was one of the things I put on the Asus ROG Ally to take on the plane. Do I know what character, what race and class I'm gonna play in Baldur's Gate 3? I don't know yet. Okay, Disney Illusion Island, The Expanse Telltale, Ratchet and Clank. Oh, and Viewfinder. Viewfinder's officially out now, too. Like, the whole game, not just the demo. Don't forget, we also had a level 5 hype stream. Okay, I will. Sorry, my brain is, like, mushed right now. Alright, I'm putting it on a 5-minute pull.
Kind gesture.
Okay, pull is at the top of the screen. Nathan, you never have to apologize for that, my friend. Life gets busy. I'm always happy to see you here when you can be here, and thank you for the cheer. You're awesome. So yeah, pull at the top of chat to see which of those games we should play today, because those were the games that came out like while I was gone that I was having massive FOMO about not being able to stream. Guys, I'm just so glad to be home. I'm so glad to be home. Like I said to Nate yesterday, I was like, I just want to be in a place where people expect and want to see me. After a week of feeling like I'm imposing on everyone, it's so nice to just be in a place where people are like, Trisha, we're so glad you're here. Awesome! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh good, I'm glad your nerdy goodies made it, GDK Mouse. That makes me happy. Where has Jessica Rabbit been moved to? She was moved to my bedroom for the time being. Oh yeah, Albarac, I remember your San Diego disaster of 2019. Yeah, so I moved Jessica and the Gandalf staff and the Star Wars staff out of the background temporarily for the time being, because the SAG-AFTRA strike has asked that folks not promote any struck-in films, even if they've already been produced. So anything produced by the AMPTP is off limits in solidarity with those fighting to get decent pay. And the more and more stories I hear come out about, like, actors that, you know, were still waiting tables while they were on major streaming shows that were winning awards and stuff like that. I mean, I've been there in my career, and it's not cool. So, yeah, it's so I fully support everybody demanding their fair share, because some people getting rich off of other people not getting paid enough stinks. Welcome to late game capitalism, right?
You have returned.
Tomahawk, welcome. I hope I get to experience Seoul in a less stressful situation as well. And honestly, thank you for the resub. It did seem like a beautiful city, and everybody there was so nice. Yeah, most actors are super poor, St. Clair. I've been a member of SAG-AFTRA now for over 10 years, and I can tell you I have never once qualified for health insurance. And you need to earn $26,000 in SAG wages to qualify for health insurance. It's $26,000 now, roughly. And the reason for that is that a lot of the work that I do falls outside of SAG jurisdiction because I work on online outlets so much. But the few times I do work on, like, television outlets, or I'll do, like, an acting job where I'm playing a character, those typically are under SAG jurisdiction. But yeah, most people who pay in SAG don't what? Let's see. Oh, and I don't like that. If you pay dues, you should get your benefits. Still supporting the strike. Yeah, I pay my dues every year to SAG, and I don't get the benefits. Yes, you need to earn $26,000 in SAG for health insurance, and most don't make enough to qualify. It's like 80+% of SAG does not qualify for healthcare. So more than 80% of SAG members don't make $26,000 a year. So yeah, I'm with you guys, when I see the people online that are like, oh, all these rich people demanding more money. It's like, I'm sorry, your ignorance is showing, which is, like, fine. Not everyone needs to know everything about every other career path. I don't know everything about every other career path. But don't act like you do. You know what I mean? Just, like, admit, like, maybe that's an industry you don't know a lot about, instead of assuming you know everything about it, to those people who are saying that. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, okay. Whoa, that's not what I was expecting. All right, 37% of you voted for Disney Illusion Island. All right, let me go ahead and... Is that a switch code? Maybe that's a switch code. I think it is. So let me see if I can download that on my Switch. Thank you, everybody, for your votes. Second place was The Expanse, the Telltale Expanse, followed by Ratchet and Clank, followed by Viewfinder. Do you think if the streaming model would have existed, this old Hollywood system would still go for years? I'm not sure I understand the question. But Rob, those are video games, not movies. Video games are different. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand your question, Viscous Soldier. You said if the streaming model would have existed, this old Hollywood system would still go for years. I mean, the thing that I can relate to it is when I first got into the YouTube scene, a lot of the predatory practices that old Hollywood used to use, where like a studio would own an actor's career and like not let them work with any other studio or pay them very little, put them in really not great contracts where they didn't get paid a lot, but the studio made all the money. Like that very old Hollywood idea was happening in the YouTube world, like when YouTube started really making money. And I saw a lot of the same predatory behavior, and I remember thinking, like, I wish this was covered by the union, because the unions exist to protect people from this kind of predatory behavior. And so I saw that happen with YouTube because that's the world I was in, not knowing that the streaming services like Netflix, Prime Video, Hulu were all doing the same thing to their actors too. Like, oh, well, we can get away with it. Because even though there's labor rules in place for traditional network TV, we're streaming. Rules don't apply here. Let's take advantage of people as much as possible. And that's been happening. So it's interesting to see it now get to a place where people are like, no, you can't do this anymore. We're standing up for ourselves. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Let's see. Do Disney theme park characters belong to SAG? No, nothing belongs to SAG. So if it's being produced by the AMPTP, any projects being produced by the AMPTP are what is currently being struck. And so that's your scripted television, most of your scripted television and film work is what's being struck right now. So video games are fair game. Any like talk shows or reality shows or variety shows are not struck right now. But SAG has asked that even if it was a project that's already completed that was an AMPTP project, please don't promote it right now. And also, if there's something coming out, please don't promote it right now, because you can see how the studios would think, well, it's fine that none of our actors from this film are going to show up on the red carpet. We'll just pay a bunch of influencers to do it. You could see how they would think that, which is why SAG is asking even non-SAG influencers, like, hey, if you ever want to be a part of SAG in the future, please don't do this. Like, we're trying to make a point that actors are necessary in the film industry. So please don't make this your opportunity to get ahead in your career by taking that work. So I totally understand that. Which, again, why just to be extra careful, I have taken any movie and TV stuff out of my room for the moment. Not that I don't still love those things, but I don't want to accidentally promote something that right now there's trying to be a big point being made against promoting those things. That, you know, your actors and your on-screen personalities are necessary in this industry. Because I do believe that they're necessary. And the writers are necessary. Oh, we haven't even talked about the WGA. But yes, the writers need to be paid. They're necessary. Ashelon says, I remember reality shows got a big start when there was a writer's strike back in the day. Yes. Yep. Any non-scripted series were still able to be produced with the writer's strike. But this is the first time that the writer's strike and SAG have both been on strike in something like, isn't it like 60 years? Correct me on that. That might be wrong, but... But yeah, I mean... Oh, it was in 1960. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, I've seen countless times in the YouTube scene. I mean, we talked about it with, if anyone remembers all the stuff that went down with Defy Media. Defy Media was notorious for hiring YouTubers to come up with cool show ideas and then steal the show ideas from them and recast, like, famous A-list celebrities. And Defy would be like, no, that's our show. We paid you to create that show. That's our show. And completely, like, pay the YouTubers peanuts to develop shows that they thought they were making and a part of. And, like, hey, I'm coming up with this really cool show idea because I want to be a part of it. And then Defy was like, yoink! Nope, we own that. Bye-bye. hope you enjoyed that like $24 an hour we were paying you to create this show that we're now going to sell to TV for billions of dollars. St. Clair says, Defy was so dirty. Stuff is still coming out about the things they did. Yes, but they were getting away with it because unions normally protect artists, whether they're writers, whether they're creatives, actors. We have unions to protect from those predatory behaviors. But Defy got away with it because they were like, yeah, but we're YouTube, so we don't have to abide by any of that. The smosh of it all, exactly. And so now, if I'm like Netflix and Hulu and Prime Video are trying to do that same stuff that Defy did, and they're like, nah, we're okay though, that gets me upset. So I'm, in support of it because I'm like, no, I lived through my version of that in the digital media scene. And I am now to a point where I'm in a position in my career where I can say, absolutely not, I won't be treated like that. But upcoming creators aren't. They're still held to that same awful predatory behavior. I'm sure there's more Defy medias out there. I'm sure they are. So, I mean, it's funny because it seems like it's on such a less scale in the online creator world than it is in the Netflix and Hulu and Prime Video world. But from what I understand, it's fighting against that exact same thing. Just on that scale. Odyssey Dave says, not that this excuses the studios, but I haven't seen much discussion of the fact that the executives and board have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value, which generally translates into extracting the most value on both cost side and the revenue side. If they don't do such things, they can be sued for breach of fiduciary duty by shareholders. Yes, but the head of the major studios were always beholden to that, as far as I know. That's not something new that's changed. And they were able to pay their actors and creatives realistically since the first formation of the unions. Like, over and over and over, they've been able to negotiate fair contracts. So my confusion would be if they weren't like, well, I have a fiduciary duty to screw over all my employees. Like, that should have been an excuse then. Nothing would have changed between now and then, Oh, Netflix did put up for a high-paying AI job after all this went down. For sure. Oh, yeah, comedian. Just in general, art is not very valued in our society here. I mean, we've even had people hop into my Twitch chat and tell me my job is not a real job and to go get a real job. Like, that's just an attitude a lot of people have. Because the creative careers are not valued. And in different cultures throughout history, it's been the exact opposite, where creative careers are highly funded and valued and have a high place in society. And, I'm not saying that's like anyone's fault. It's just what it is. That there are a great many people in the United States, at least, that do not value artists and don't value art. And so I see this as, artists trying to fight for, yes, we do hold value. And in order to show you what kind of value we hold, we're just going to stop working. So I support the writers and the actors that are making that stance and making that play. And I hope that people do realize the value that they hold as a result of the strike. But yeah, I mean, you guys have seen it. People will come in here and be like, get a real job. I love when streamers act like their job is work. And it's like, okay, well, you may see the fun part. Like, it's our job for you to see the fun part. It's the same people that say Ryan Seacrest has no talent. When I'm like, legitimately, that man is so hardworking and maybe one of the most talented on-camera presenters I've ever seen in my life. Because people's time and work does hold value in any labor market. Yeah. Sterling says 1,000,000% support all the labor strikes. Yeah, the strikes are just there to say, like, oh, okay, you don't think my work is worth anything? Then I'll stop working. Like, that's what strikes are. Albrecht says, I like Ryan Seacrest. Seems like a good guy. I had the opportunity to see Ryan Seacrest do his thing live once. I worked as a seat filler on an American Idol live taping. And I got to watching him was a masterclass in hosting. A masterclass. And he does this radio show. Like, dude is working all the time. And watching him do that, like, live hosting on stage, I was like, dude, like, he makes it look effortless because he's so good at it. Oh, you met Ryan Seacrest because you were on American Idol? That's awesome! Is he taking over Wheel of Fortune too? That's amazing. Oh, weird, Dante. No, I'm still here. That's weird. Shadow says, I read an article about a woman offering an insultingly low amount for a wedding photographer, treating it as a mere hobby rather than an actual job. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of people that don't value creatives. And you just have to hope that, like, that woman that offered the insultingly low rate to a wedding photographer, who was probably thinking, like, I'll just get my nephew to take some pictures with his phone. I hope she did just get her nephew to take some pictures with his phone, and I hope they were awful photos. And I hope that she regrets her decision in hindsight. But the only way people can stand up for themselves in a creative field, in a not creative field, when their labor is not being valued, is to take it away and say, all right, well, then I'm going to stop working. See if you still think it holds no value. And historically, we've seen that strikes end up with some agreement being made because eventually people realize they can't just continue their business without everybody. All the labor that they devalued, they can't just work without it, even if they think they can. So at some point, I believe the AMPTP will say, you know what? Our bad. We actually do need writers and actors. Whoops. We messed up. Let's come up with a fair compromise. We'll see. But as of right now, their stance is, we're just going to hire better AI people. I hope that works out. I hope that works out just as well for them as that wedding lady hiring her nephew with a phone. I hope it works out the same. Let's see. Would you start watching anime now that no new shows are coming out soon? I mean, yeah. Yeah. I would. There'll be some new shows. They'll just all be unscripted shows. We'll just all be watching unscripted shows for a while, probably. I will not. No, I don't want to watch AI shows. Maybe that's where we're going. But, like, so actors can still work in commercials. Actors can still work on video games. People can still work in, like, an influencer or promotional capacity on comics and video games. That's how, like, the actors that were at Comic-Con were there to promote audiobooks, comics, video games, other work they're doing that's outside of AMPTP stuff. And some approved studios will produce things. Yeah, some have been approved because they were able to cut fair deals for those. So productions who were able to, like, cut fair deals for their actors and writers are still moving forward, as far as I know. Let's see. You saw Felicia in a loan ad online. Felicia has always been, like, a commercial queen. She books commercials so much. Oh, you're rewatching Buffy? I did that when Nate and I first started dating. We were doing that. All right, I need to put in this code. I'm pretty sure. And then I need to make sure if we do play this game today, and Nintendo did give me the code, I need to make sure to thank whoever provided me with the code. Now, the FTC, by the way, this is something we haven't talked about, but the FTC, like, influenced oh my gosh, words, Trisha. So much jet lag. The FTC issued all new criteria now for, like, social media and influencer campaigns. So you're going to start seeing, like, any video people do that features a product in it, lots of, like, big hashtag ad on the video disclosures, and, like, the caption will have to be like, hashtag ad, something about the product, Full FTC disclaimer, this is a paid endorsement. I received exactly these things in exchange for this. Hope you realize this is an ad. Like, it's gonna be... Every sponsored post is just gonna be, like, the most in-your-face, obnoxious... P.S. This is an ad. Also, this is an ad. Did I tell you this is an ad? With, like, tons of legal copy at the bottom of it now. Oh, yeah, it's gonna... I've already seen people start to do it. Like, was it I Just Seen that I saw? Because, I mean, all of us are like, hey, I'm not about getting sued. Like, I want to do exactly whatever I'm supposed to do if I'm supposed to do it. It's a lot easier to disclose if you actually were paid for a post. But the weird thing is, like, the Asus ROG Ally. AMD sent me that because they make the hardware inside that. Anytime I post anything about the Asus ROG Ally, technically, according to the FTC, I will need a disclaimer. I received this product from AMD. Even if it's just like, hey, I'm here on the plane, and I don't say anything about it, it's just in the picture, I will need a legal disclosure that I received that Ally for free. If I make a YouTube video on it, even though the YouTube video is not sponsored in any way, no one paid me to make that YouTube video, I'm probably going to have to say #ad on that YouTube video because it features something that I had a brand relationship in accordance with. Geeky Heart says, I would love to know your thoughts on that product, though. I know. I'm trying desperately to make a video on it. But yes, everything. Like, did Nintendo send you that Switch? #ad. Yes. Yes. FTC overcorrecting hard. And the thing that I really don't like about it is because so many companies don't want to get sued, instead of letting me disclose what the relationship is, like, instead of me being able to say, like, Nintendo sent me this Nintendo Switch. Thank you so much, Nintendo. The companies are like, and also put #ad on the screen anytime I'm not saying Nintendo is saying this. This is just an example. Nintendo's a good guy in all of this. Disclaimer. I would have to put a text disclaimer on screen. I would have to say a verbal disclaimer every 15 seconds. I would need a wall of text in the description, like, just as a CYA. So some brands are saying that. And that makes me incredibly uncomfortable. Because I'm like, look, I want to be able to tell my viewers exactly what the brand relationship is, not just spam #ad all over everything. So, like, here's a good example of, let me see if I can find, like, Google Pixel. Part of the reason I went to Google I.O. but didn't post anything is because, here you can see it on this one. So they partnered with this person, and look at...
This is a paid sponsorship with Google Pixel.
Did you hear that? So the first thing she said in the reel was, this is a paid sponsorship with Google Pixel. And on top of the video, it says... Oh, of course, my thing. On top of the video in the very beginning, here, I'll pause it maybe. Will it let me pause it? It says on text, this is a paid sponsorship. So the first verbal thing in the video has to be, this is a paid sponsorship. There has to be text on the screen that says, not in your description, on the video, imposed on the video, that says, this is a paid sponsorship. And you have to put it in the description. Now, if that's what a brand's asking you to do, and they actually did pay for that video, it's obnoxious. I think it's, like, every commercial we watch on TV, they don't have to say, this is a paid commercial for Audi. This is a paid commercial for Honda. They don't need text on the screen and a verbal person saying that on commercials. And the FTC's role for that is because people generally understand that commercials are advertisements already, so they don't need to disclose it. But because online and social media, people don't necessarily think it's a commercial, then you do have to disclose it. But yeah, the Iceman says outside of the every 15 seconds thing, I don't really see a problem doing that. I think consumers should be aware. I agree, but I think when you get to some point, it ruins the content. Like if you're only making a 15-second Instagram story and 3 of those seconds have to be, this is a paid sponsorship by so-and-so, and then you can start your content, how many people have already swiped past that and never got a chance to see your content? Like right now in today's social media ecosystem, you have like a second and a half to grab people's attention. And if your first 3 to 5 seconds always has to be that, you're done. And yeah, I'm like, if we have to do it, commercials have to do it. I want every commercial to start like that. Yeah, people just skip it. And my other problem with it is if a company is actually paying you to make that sponsored video, it's obnoxious, but whatever, it's fine. My problem is when it's like, you know, you got, like, I got this Switch many years ago because I work with Nintendo and they're very kind and sent it to me. Instead of being able to say, Nintendo sent me this Switch, according to the FTC or according to certain brands that are really going like full overkill with it, I would just have to slap hashtag ad on everything. You know? And that's where I'm like, okay, so then when you're at the point that you are in my career, where I've been doing this now for 10 years, I guess to cover my own butt, every single thing that I make, I should have to slap hashtag ad over. Even if that's not a paid thing. Put a sponsored content sticker on the back of your Switch at this point. Yeah, well, it's like, okay, that Miss Chalice controller was sent to me by Nintendo. Thank you, Nintendo. Every time I stream, does this have to be a branded stream? AMD sent me this graphics card, and this is in my shot. Do I need to say this is a sponsored stream? Every single time? Just put post-it notes with hashtag ad on everything? Yeah, so is everything an ad then? Is everything But then how do I tell you when something is actually an ad? Like if I have to put ad on everything, how do you know when I actually am getting paid for a thing? This is my... Yes, Ignito G, there are references online. So the FTC just updated this. Their previous reference was, or their previous referendum on it came out in 2009. And it does desperately need to be updated since 2009. Things have changed since then. But yeah, the new stuff that's out right now is wild. What do you do when you wear an Alienware headset during a stream? Great question, Geeky Heart. I don't know. I guess that's a branded stream. But if everything's an ad, then nothing is. So that's my main problem with it. I love disclosing when I have a brand partnership. I will disclose everywhere. If someone is sponsoring a stream or has sponsored an Instagram post, you better believe I've got all the right hashtags. I've got the paid partnership tool. You will know it. But if I have to put hashtag ad on absolutely everything, then how do you know? I feel like that is lying to my audience. Like, I feel like if you're asking me to tell my audience that something is a sponsored piece of content when it wasn't actually a sponsored piece of content, then I don't know. Like, that's where I get upset about it. Beardtastic says, if you're not getting paid, it's not hashtag ad. And Beardtastic, that was always my understanding of it too, but that's not what the FTC is saying. The FTC is saying if there's any brand relationship whatsoever, that needs to be disclosed. But the FTC says that brand relationship needs to be disclosed clearly, whereas certain brands, to cover their own butts, will just say, the way we want you to disclose it is hashtag ad. So, and FTC is trying to define relationship. Like, for example, Samsung sent me or paid for my hotel room at Samsung Unpacked in Korea. So the FTC would need me to disclose that Samsung covered my travel and accommodations for Korea. I need to disclose that if I'm posting about the event. So you'll notice in the Instagram post I did about the event, I said I disclosed that relationship very clearly. I put that in there. I said thank you to Samsung Mobile for providing travel and hotel for this event, and thank you for this opportunity. I said that. Dante, I did not say all that, but that's hilarious. But I disclosed very clearly what the relationship was. Now, there are other brands that will say, rather than you clearly disclosing that we gave travel and accommodations, we're just asking that you put hashtag ad on everything and start everything with a verbal disclaimer. This is a paid sponsorship by blah, blah, blah. But to me, I'm like, no, that it wasn't a paid sponsorship, though. Because you didn't pay my asking rate for a sponsored Instagram post. You provided travel and accommodations, and that's super nice. But that is different than you paying for or having editorial input over this post. Those are different things. So to say they just all should be covered under hashtag ad, to me, is a lie. That's a lie. It's not the same. Times New Opponent says that's not the same as a paycheck. Right. So for me, I think we need more clear disclosures. Odyssey Dave says, does the FTC differentiate between different kinds of paid sponsorship? All the FTC says is you need to clearly disclose the relationship with the brand. And they're like, if you don't know how to clearly disclose the relationship with the brand, hashtag ad will suffice. That's what the FTC says. And I'm like, let's be more clear about the brand relationship. I am not about lying to my community. I did not make content for this long as my job by lying to my community. So let me be as clear as possible. So then when I have a brand that's like, no, you can't be clear. We want you to tell everybody everything is super paid just in case. Then to me, I say, okay, well then I'm not partnering with that brand because you're asking me to lie to my community. And I am not about doing that. Dante's on fire today. Dante says, I did not sleep with this brand. She's just a friend, I swear. Oh, that's so funny. That is so funny. But yeah, I will tell people all day what my relationship to any brand is. Geeky Heart says, I want to send you a funny mug. Are you then sponsored by Geeky Heart?
You have
Right?
returned.
Like, WB used to be really funny about it. When WB invited, and they probably are still really funny about it. I just refuse to do it. I think I've talked about this too. WB invited me to like a cool DC Comics lunch. And they told everybody, any social that you post from this lunch has to be hashtag WB sponsored. And you have to use the paid placement tool. And I'm like, yeah, but you weren't paying for sponsors. You weren't actually contracting posts. You just invited me to a lunch. So I guess I'm happy to disclose WB invited me to this free lunch. But that's different than saying this post is sponsored. But from like a company perspective that's trying to cover their butt legally, they paid the lunch. Therefore, I received a free lunch. I received something for the post. Therefore, the post is sponsored. And while I understand that from a legal perspective, how do I then disclose to my community if a post is actually sponsored? If someone did actually pay me for the post and have editorial input? Because to me, that's a very different post than, hey, I got to go to this cool lunch and let me tell you about it. These are two different posts. And then I was like, so if Maud invites me out to brunch, do I have to put like hashtag Maud sponsored if Maud paid for the lunch? Pyroific says, technically it makes sense, but practically it does not. Yeah, so Ghost Hawks, the way it feels sometimes, and this is where I get very like, no, you're taking advantage of me, that's not fair, is if someone is like, hey, I'm hiring you to go cover this event as a journalist, so I'm taking care of your travel and accommodations. And then they're like, since it's a 3-day trip, for the next 3 days, we own all your social media posts. Anything, even if it's not about this product. If you put, had a great dinner tonight on this work trip, you have to put that that's sponsored by us. I I actually ran into this situation recently. I won't say which brand it was with. But I ran into this situation. And I was like, no, you don't get to own all my social media platforms for 3 days because you paid for some airfare. I was like, can I just Venmo you what the airfare costs and get all my social media networks back? Because that's wildly unfair and not worth it to me. Hope it wasn't Chicken Door. St. Clair says, yeah, and that's unfortunately not uncommon for them to request either. They've literally gone that insane. Geeky Heart, it was not your company. Your company is lovely to work with, and that's why I work with them all the time. But, like, Ghost Talk says that should be a contracted item of number of X post stories, etc. I agree. So, like, everyone's like, hey, I know you went to this event. I was surprised I didn't see you post more. That's because that brand was like, everything you post has to have hashtag ad all over it, and is a sponsored post by us. And I was like, ooh, it's not though. No, I'm not going to make it look like you paid for thousands of dollars of free posting when you didn't. Yeah, no, I'm not, no thank you. Yeah, they wanted to own all my social media networks for 3 days, but that was not part of the contract, which is why I was like, look, if I'm stupid and I signed a contract I shouldn't have, that's on me. But I signed a contract to produce a certain number of posts, and then when I got there, you were like, oh, and by the way, everything else you post is also a paid sponsorship. And I was like, ooh, no, it's not. And I was like, cool, so then I'm just not posting anything else. I'll just go social media dark for 3 days while I'm at your event. And they were like, okay. All right, cool, I guess. I would have loved to have posted lots of vlogs from that event, but not if I need to get them pre-approved by their social media team and say it was a paid video when it wasn't. Oh, I definitely stood my ground, and so did some other creatives that were there on that trip. They were like, nope, I'm not going to lie to my audience and say that you paid for stuff
Have returned.
when you didn't. That's a lie. And also, like, that doesn't apply to other industries. Like, let's say I worked in, I don't know, pick an industry, any industry. Let's say my dad's a mechanic. This is real life. My dad's a mechanic. And his work sent him to a work conference in another state. Does my dad, every post he makes, even if he's like, loving this burger, now my dad doesn't post on social media, but let's, in this hypothetical, if my dad posted a like, finally arrived at such and such, excited for this work conference, would he need to say hashtag ad because his work paid his travel and accommodations? No. The answer is no, he would not. Because when you're hired for a job, it is expected that the company who hired you for the job supplies your travel and accommodations so that you can work the job. Yeah, Geeky Heart says, as an employee, no. But how is that different? I guess it's if you're a full-time employee versus a contracted employee. Do employees of companies trying to break into the space need to do that because their company pays them a salary? Right. So if I worked for Ember, I don't, but let's just say I worked for Ember. Anytime I featured an Ember in a tweet or something, would I need to put hashtag ad? And I mean, what the FTC says in relation to that is if you work for Ember and you post about Ember, you do need to disclose to people that you're an employee of that company. And the FTC has said that putting like such and such employee in the bio of your Twitter is not good enough. You need to disclose it in every post because people might see your post and not see your Twitter bio. And so I'm like, woof. Ads on ads on ads on ads. So yeah, I think now that the pendulum is swinging in this direction, just everyone should mark everything as an ad. And then no one will actually know what's an ad anymore. Because everything's an ad. Ugh. St. Clair says you posted that while on McDonald's time. You didn't list us as your sponsor. Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. It's very weird. So anyway, I hope those of you who watch my content know that anytime I have a paid relationship, as in I am getting a paycheck to create content, I will always disclose the shiz out of that. I'm not about to try to like get one by on anybody, which is why I get so frustrated when I just post about things I like. When people come back and are like, this is so obviously an ad. And I'm like, if it was an ad, I would have told you hashtag ad.
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself.
Carmelita and Cortalian, welcome. Welcome to the Dragon Riders. Zevin says, you're so experienced in this industry, but imagine young, eager creators getting obliterated by these kind of practices. Oh, I know. And that's what makes me so mad, is like these younger creators are like, okay, I guess just everything I post this week is sponsored by this company because they paid my $300 airfare. And I'm like, ah! It makes me so mad. No, you're being taken advantage of. If they wanted to sponsor all those posts all week, they should have paid you for all those posts all week. Holy shenanigans. Holy shenanigans. They paid me in snuggles. I actually really love, I know we've been using Nintendo as an example because I'm holding up my Switch. Nintendo's disclosures are very clear and I love them. You guys have seen, I'll put product provided by Nintendo in the top corner when I'm playing a game or something like that that was gifted to me by Nintendo. Love it. Because you know that game that I'm playing, or I'll put hashtag gifted game, or both, that is a very clear way to disclose my relationship with the brand. As opposed to putting hashtag ad on everything. But even the new branded content tool on Twitch doesn't differentiate. The new branded content tool on Twitch will tell everyone that comes to my stream that my stream is a paid sponsored stream, regardless of what that relationship is. Yeah, Nintendo they want a verbal disclaimer, they want a text disclaimer, and they want it in the description. But they also are very clear about they want you to be very clear about what the relationship is. Let's see. I'm a huge Nintendo fan. You guys know that. I still, anytime Nintendo emails me and is like, hey, want to collaborate on a thing? I'm like, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oh, there were people that had paid tattoos? No way. The world we live in is so weird. It's so weird. Wait until the Apple VR AR thing comes out and there'll be ads everywhere in a total dystopian nightmare. I mean, it might be. It might be. But yeah, I mean, what it comes down to for me is whenever I'm working with any company, and the companies I work with a lot because they're respectful. They don't treat me like a bot. They treat me like an actual person and trust me to be able to do my job. But when I work with companies that treat me like a robot or just a person who has no idea how to do what I do for a living, that's when, or really feel like they're trying to take advantage, that's when I have to take a stand. All of this professionalism has me confused. That's why I'm so serious. Oh no. All right, all of this started because I was trying to input a code. And because I want to look up if Nintendo gave me the code or if the developer did, so that I can clearly disclose. Because again, my problem is not with clearly disclosing. I love clearly disclosing. I don't like vague over disclosing. That's what I don't like. So maybe it will correct itself at some point. Or maybe we'll just stay in this weird hellscape of everything needs to be over disclosed times infinity to the point where content is all trash. I see, this is what you get when you get salty, jet lagged. I haven't slept in days, Trish. Yes, you need to disclose any brand you show online, provided you have a relationship of some sort with them, whether it's clothes, decor, product, game, etc. Yes, that is what the FTC is saying. Which, again, I have no problem doing that as long as I'm able to disclose what the relationship actually is. I don't want to disclose just a generic someone paid me for this content just because, like, that controller's in the background. That's my problem. That's the point I'm trying to make. Is because to me, that feels like lying. It feels like lying for all of my content that maybe has a controller I was gifted once in a background, having to say that that's paid content when I'm not actually getting paid for that content. Like, that to me is bizarre. Just let me actually tell you what the relationship is. Like, let me be more clear. I would like to be more honest, please. Can I be more honest? Yes, it is definitely covering all the bases insanity. That's what it is. It's CYA hardcore. But I think a couple companies actually got sued big time recently, which is why everyone is now up in arms about it. It's strange. And, like, I'm happy to follow the new rules, but I don't want to over-follow the rules, if that makes sense. This is something else you can thank the Kardashian family for. Maybe. I don't keep up with the Kardashians. See what I did there? I don't, though. So I have no idea. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, I guess we could get to a point. That's a good point. Ignito says, I suppose if it gets too insane, you could just cover all the brand logos that might appear. I wonder if we would get to that point, because that's what you have to do on TV sets. Right? Anytime you're making TV or film, you have to cover up any brand logos just in case. Maybe that's what content creators will have to start doing now too. Maybe we'll be beholden to those same rules. I don't know. I know, Beardtastic, I know that these rulings are because a lot of other people broke the rules. GK says, so not even Zelda merch in the background? I mean, Zelda merch if I was given it for free. If I was gifted it. And then, like, JL says, so do we have to say hashtag branded content or hashtag sponsored stream when we stream on Twitch because of all this? If you have anything in your stream or you talk about or play anything on stream that you might have some relationship with the brand, they will say technically yes. How about in music videos? Sometimes they do product placement there too. Yeah, as far as I know, and I mean, I don't know the entertainment legal IP side of it all. You would have to ask someone that's an entertainment attorney. But I know when I've been on sets as an actor, you have to hide any brand logos that aren't specifically paid for by that brand. Odyssey Dave, you're 100% correct. You said this sounds like a disconnect between FTC rules and corporate terms and conditions created by lawyers whose job it is to mitigate corporate risk. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. I know other creators who've run into this problem before where, like, corporate lawyers, if you've been asked to do a giveaway for a brand, corporate lawyers will say, and then you need to post all of these legal disclaimers. And you're like, hey man, it's a tweet. It's 280 characters. That's not going to fly. That's not how social media works. So I understand that from the legal perspective, you want me to post all the terms and conditions when I post the giveaway, but I physically can't do that because that's not how social media works. And then you have to, like, leave that up to other people to decide. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Sinclair says when it's in music videos or TV in general, seeing a brand name generally suggests it's sponsored in some way. So yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the answer is eventually all social media content will become like TV content and then we can't feature any brands or logos. I don't know. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. You guys are all looking for the FTC disclosures. I bet I can find I know I've been emailed it a ton of times. From like recent. I subscribe to like every creator newsletter under the sun for this stuff. So who's the most recent person who sent it to me? Was it Variety? Let's see if it was Variety. It wasn't Variety's newsletter.
You have returned.
Was it? Here we go. Let's see. Okay, yep. Here is a link I can send you. This is from ftc.gov. And it also gets really interesting for here, FTC on social media. I'm trying to find, there's like a Q&A, because these are all going to read like corporate legal speak. But there's like some Q&As and like 101 type articles that are a lot easier to navigate. Let's see. Was it this one that got posted? Yeah, this is a great one. Is this the 101 from 2009 or is this the new one? I guess if it's on their page, it must be the new one. Yeah, that's exactly. That one that GK just posted, that link is a really good link for it. That's a really good link for it. That's the new one. So yeah, if this is something that interests you, you're welcome to read all about it. And if you're like, Trisha, this is not my industry, I'm bored to tears, I'm sorry that I've bored you to tears this long talking about it. At the bottom of that page, it says November 2019. Okay, so that page, there is an even more updated. So that page still stands. All that is still valid and good and yes. But there's an even newer one that adds extra rules on top of that. I guess it's still interesting to anyone who consumes social media. But, I mean, I just hope we don't get to the point where, because right now I'm trying to take a stance of like, I don't want to lie to my viewers and say something was a paid post when it was not a paid post. In the name of overcompensating and overcovering your butt. So I'm trying to take a stand against companies that are asking me to do that. But I hope it doesn't get to the point where that is the standard and every company is asking for that, because then I'll have no one left to work with, and that would be very sad. But maybe it would come to that. I don't know. Maybe it would come to, this kind of dystopian hellscape we're talking about, where everything needs to just have hashtag ad slapped on everything just because, and then no one knows what's an ad anymore. I don't know. I don't know. It's not great. Okay, so let's see. So we're going to, all this because we're going to play Disney Illusion Island today. And so I want to let you know that the PR company supplied me with a code for this game. There's my disclosure. Everybody heard it. The lovely PR company that's doing PR for this game has provided me with a code so that I could share this with my community. That is my disclosure. There it is. I have done it. And there, and you know what? And even when we play the game, I'll even click the branded content checkbox on Twitch just to be like extra sure. And I'll even change the title of the stream. Hashtag gifted game. There we go. I did it. Hashtag disclosed. But am I going to put all over that it's a sponsored stream? No, because that's a different thing. The Iceman, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm giving you the gift of an old embarrassing headshot. Please put hashtag ad so I don't get sued. Yes. And actually, you know what? Let me see. I'm looking through just to make sure anyone I ever talked to about this game I have disclosed. And I'm looking through that they said they might send me a swag bag kit for this game. I should go check in my garage and see if anything arrived while I was in Korea. What happens for birthday or Christmas gifts? I don't know. And when I'm like, hey, look at this swag bag, I was obviously sent by someone else and not myself. Who's it from? You know. I am. I'm actually going to throw up a BRB and then run in my garage and see if there is something from them. Hold on. Hold on! I will be right back. I will be right back while y'all can peruse the new FTC guidelines if you're so interested. Let me go check my garage. All right, I'm back, y'all. There was nothing in my garage. But I was like, just in case there's anything in my garage, I might have to disclose that there's something in my garage. There was... yeah, no. Nothing additional. But yeah, my stance is not that I don't want to disclose. My stance is the opposite. I would like to clearly disclose the relationship. I don't want to over-disclose the relationship. Oh, it's not an empty garage. It's just nothing from Disney Illusion Island in the garage. That's my thing. So, like, I would love nothing more than just to be able to actually and clearly tell you what the brand relationship is, which is what the FTC is asking me to do. Like, according to FTC guidelines, even the new FTC guidelines, they are asking me to clearly disclose. Now, the new FTC guideline says in order to clearly disclose, I could put a disclosure on the screen, text, I can verbally disclose, I can disclose in the description, or better yet, all of those things are great. And then when brand corporate lawyers get involved, they're like, great, so you're going to do all of those things and you're just going to put hashtag paid on everything because we don't trust you to clearly disclose the relationship and hashtag paid covers all our bases. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not actually the brand relationship. So that's my problem is I'm like, I would like to do what the FTC asks and clearly disclose. That's what I would like to do. But I think especially corporations that deal with a large amount of content creators or deal with content creators who aren't very good at their jobs don't trust them to clearly disclose. So they just say, nope, you're just going to put hashtag paid on everything. And to me, that's very sad. Because I'm like, look, trust me to not lie to my audience, okay? Nice. St. Clair says, I added a link to the proposed changes as of June 2023. Okay, yeah, that's the newer stuff. Like, yeah, trust me to clearly disclose. And so, again, I will say, the brands I work with frequently, you know who they are if you follow my content. They trust me as an adult, as a professional, as someone who has been in this industry for over 10 years, to do my adequate and clear disclosures. They don't micromanage the shiz out of my disclosures. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Or ask me or force me to over disclose because they don't trust me to be able to disclose. And I am very sad for the up and coming content creators that are getting taken advantage of on things like I was explaining, like that business trip where they're like, everything you post from this business trip because we paid for the airfare and lodging is hashtag paid. And it's like, nope, if you wanted that, you should have paid that creator for all of those posts. in addition to the travel and lodging. Hey, that's a thing. But you didn't. Orange Ponzu, that's what over-disclosure is, in my opinion. Is saying, you know, we gave you this one free thing once, and now forever you have to put hashtag paid on everything. Because we gave you this one free thing once. Because to me, then I just say, okay, well then I'm never posting about this again. Because you didn't actually pay for those posts. Those are different. That's a different thing. I took a shower earlier, brought to you by hashtag water. That's what I think over disclosing is, saying that something's paid when it was not actually paid. Yeah, St. Clair says, I paid for dinner. Please list that I sponsored anything you posted tonight. That's not an exaggeration. There are some brands that legitimately will say that. And to me, I'm like, hey, I thought it was a kind gesture that you offered to pay for dinner, but you cannot rent out all of my social media accounts because you paid for dinner. Those things are worth vastly different things. Like, let me pay for my own dinner in that case, because that's not a good trade for me. Yeah, if they had more categories than just hashtag paid, I would be in heaven. And that's why, honestly, like, some of the disclosures that are like gifted game is great. Because then you can clearly tell. Now, the FTC says gifted game would not be enough. I would need to say gifted game from Nintendo or gifted game from whoever gave it to me. So what you got and who you got it from is what the FTC says clear disclosure is. And I'm like, yeah, let's do that. I'm all about doing that. I'm not all about giving you, like, what can sometimes amount to thousands of dollars in social media advertisement and sponsored posts for a $50 dinner. Are you freaking kidding me? No. No. That's not a good trade for me. That's a very bad trade for me, actually. Let's see. Hey, Ta, welcome.
Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Yes, Sinclair says, it's like as if anytime someone gifted you a game on Steam, they get listed as the sponsor of the stream. Yes. Yeah. But yeah, so that's what's happening. And I'm like, you know, if that was happening in a different industry, I'm trying to think what, like, say you're a contractor and you build houses and I don't know, this is such an out there hypothetical, but let's say I took someone who builds houses and was like, hey you, I like you. I'm going to take you out for a weekend camping trip. And because I am taking you camping for the weekend, you need to build me a house for free. But you have to, because I took you camping for the weekend. So that's how I paid for this house, is taking you camping for the weekend. And this contractor is like, no, that's not how much a house costs. Like, the amount you're giving me in the camping trip is not the same as what you would need to pay me to build a house. And me going, don't care, FTC disclosure. You owe me this house now because I paid for your camping trip. Nope. Not a fair trade. Bad trade, in fact. And I'm sure that a lot of these will be negotiated into contracts, which in that case, I hope the creators, or if they work with management teams or legal teams or anyone advising them, can say, hey, this is a bad contract. Don't take this. I have been unfortunately roped into situations where my contract looked fine, and then I got to the event and people were like, now you need to put hashtag paid on everything because FTC rules. And I've had to say, no, I understand FTC rules. I'm actually very well versed in this, believe it or not. Yes, I know, a creator with a brain. I'm very well versed in this. And that is not what the FTC says. The FTC says I need to clearly disclose the relationship. I'm happy to clearly disclose the relationship. that you took me to dinner, or you, paid for travel and accommodations. Sure. Yeah, let's disclose the heck out of that. And they're like, yes, and you need to disclose it by saying hashtag paid on everything you post. And I'm like, because that's a lie. That's not the actual relationship. No, the actual relationship is you didn't pay for these posts. And I'm not about to give you lots of free posts just because you're trying to bully me into it. That's not true. But I do think a lot of, especially like I said, early creators are getting bullied into giving lots of free work to people and lots of free advertising to people. STS says it's like a pushy date who wants your relationship status changed after one date. I mean, yes. Yes. Because in my thing, I'm like, look, if your deal that you wanted to make was clearly disclosed to me before we got into this agreement, and you said, hey, I'm taking you out to dinner, and then I want thousands of dollars of free advertisement, I would have never taken that deal. Because that's a bad deal for me. That's a bad deal. But instead, you were like, hey, I'd like to take you to dinner. I'm like, oh, that'd be so nice. I'd love to hang out with you, get to know more about what you do, so that maybe we could, hey, work together in the future. Maybe. That's how I'm going into it. And then, yeah, they're like, now that you're here, I need thousands of dollars of free posts right now. Yeah, a pushy date is actually a great a great example. Pushy date. I'm like, how about I just disclose if I take a picture of this beautiful asparagus? I don't know. How about I just, yeah, I feel like it's a bit much, but if it makes you feel better, I'll put disclosure. So and so took me out to dinner that you're seeing this asparagus from. I'll put that in there if it makes you feel better. And they're like, no. You tell everyone I paid for that post. And I'm like, yeah, but you didn't. The asparagus is only $8. Posts cost way more than that. I don't care, you have to. FTC says. And then I'm like, no, FTC doesn't say. Anyway, and then this goes around and around and around and around and around. But, Cytox says, I'm pretty sure there's some kind of legal protection against those types of shady agreements where they lure you in through false pretenses. I'm sure there is too, but technically from the corporate lawyer side, if you received anything from the brand, you have to disclose that you received something from the brand. And hashtag paid or hashtag ad is a blanket coverage that covers all relationships. So them asking you to use that on everything is technically okay. But again, that should have been in the agreement before I get there. Legal costs are prohibitive for a lot of creators, especially when you're just starting out. Like, I am now at a place in my career where I have a really good lawyer and I have a really good manager. But, like, for a lot of people, they don't. Does It's Complicated count? Yeah, they're asking for, like, a full Facebook official when really you're more of an It's Complicated. If that. I know the trip that I was talking about in question, where they paid for travel and accommodations and then wanted 3 days worth of paid posts on our organic posts. Like, that's my thing, is there has to be a difference between paid and organic. Organic that's like loosely affiliated with a brand, I am uncomfortable marking as paid, because then there's no differentiation between what is actually paid. And that feels like I'm lying to my community. But yeah, there was another creator on the one trip I'm thinking of from a while ago. This was not my recent trip, by the way. I'm talking about a while ago. That did say that they were going to have their lawyer have some words with somebody after that. I don't know if that actually happened, but it was a lot. It was a lot. Excuse me. That was a little burp that came out when I was talking. Oh, excuse me. I'm talking too much. This is because I've gone a whole week without talking to anybody. I've gone a whole week without talking to anybody. So now you're getting all of it. All right. So let's see. downloaded my game, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna put that in there. Let me start the process of changing things over here. To get on the Switch. Burp brought to you by indigestion. Yeah, I'm drinking water. It's not even soda. All right, let's see. Now I'm going to play with my capture card and fix it up so y'all can see. Do I have any events planned for TwitchCon, or am I just attending for a tech thing? No, I will be at TwitchCon. So far, my only plan while at TwitchCon is I will be on a panel, but the panel schedule, as far as I know, has not been released yet, so I don't know what day my panel will be. And then as we get closer to the event, I might have other things I'm doing there. I just don't know yet. But as of right now, I know I'll be there for a panel. And I think I'm going to bring Nate with me, because that weekend's our wedding anniversary. And I don't want to be like, happy anniversary, baby, I'm going to TwitchCon. So I think he's going to come with me. Stardrew says probably a Saturday panel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what day the panel's going to be. But I'm definitely going to be doing that panel. And hopefully some other fun stuff, but we'll see. That might happen as we get closer. But again, that event's in October, and I am getting information about it now. Awesome! All right, let me see. This should be fine. Oh, I need to download it. Okay. It says starting re-download. Why is it re-downloading? Did it stop downloading? Let's see. Oh, it's almost downloaded. Okay, great. Yes, please do, Sprinkles. That would be amazing. I would love to get a photo with you at TwitchCon. That would be great. Yay! Color Watch Shake, you and Maddie will be there. Aww. I love that. Let's please get together. Oh, TwitchCon's definitely cool for non-streamers. There's lots to do. So much to do. In fact, last TwitchCon, I don't know why, but I randomly got all these last-minute bookings for last TwitchCon, so I got to do a charity stream from the floor. I got to give away a bunch of Kingston RAM. I got to do an episode breakdown live for Rings of Power, sponsored by Amazon. That was actually sponsored. I got to, and I did my panel, so I got to do a lot of things last year at TwitchCon. We'll see if this TwitchCon's as busy. Will they have a break your back foam pit like last year? That was so sad. I hope that girl is healing. That was so sad. And I guess from the last I heard, they did make everyone sign waivers before you did it, but still. Huh, that was bad. If there is a foam pit, don't jump in it butt first. That's the lesson we've learned here. The foam pit was a lie, like the cake. Damon Hunter says, if a company pays for travel to another country, then pulls the we own all your social media, is there protection against them canceling the return flight, or are they on their own? If the contract was... It all depends on the contract. So if they're contracted to give you a return flight, they can't cancel it. But a lot of times the contracts are more like, hey, we're contracting you for travel in exchange for one post, or in exchange for organic content or something like that. So then if you get there and they change it and they're like, hey, everything you post needs to be #paid, you can then argue that they're changing the terms of the agreement. And that's exactly what I would do in that case. Dante says the lesson is make sure it's actually a pit, not the pavement with some foamy things on it. Yeah, exactly. That is the lesson learned. But yeah, they made everyone sign a waiver. And like, I mean, looking at it in hindsight, you can clearly see that like the foam was only stacked, I don't know, 1.5 feet off the concrete floor. But most foam pits go deep into the floor. Now, obviously, this is a convention center, so they're not like drilling into the concrete. But when you looked at it, it looked like a foam pit. So you would think you should be able to jump into the foam pit. again, looking at it in hindsight, you're like, oh, well, that's clearly where the concrete ground is. And the foam only goes up like a kiddie wading pool level. Not enough. Ignito says still, though, that waiver was not adequate. I hope that someone helps that girl and the other people who got hurt, because it was more people than just her. But she was the big one everybody heard about, for sure. For sure. So scary. It's like foam bats. Remove the foam and it's hard plastic. Totally. Aw, husbando. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So game is almost downloaded. I bet she's still messed up from that. They said hi, Nate. Hello. He said hello. Apple slices are good. Hey, need to properly disclose. I got this lunch from my husband. Everybody knows. Properly disclosed, lunch from husband. All right, let's do. I'm just going to get my stuff ready now. Thank you to... I probably don't want to say the actual PR agency that gives it to me, because that's not public information. Which PR agency works with which game. I will thank the developer. How about that? Or maybe the publisher. Let's see. It's from Delilah Studios, who made Battletoads 2020 as well. Now, see, that's the FTC says, what did you get and from who? So, thank you to, we'll just say Delilah Studios, for the gifted game. And then I'll list the name of the game as well. Like, this is so clunky, but gotta be sure. Like, for me, I would rather just put gifted game and have people assume the game I'm playing online was a free code. I feel like that's disclosure. But just in case. Just in case. These disclosures brought to you by hashtag fear of getting sued. But what the FTC says, if you don't want to type all that, in the interest of just being concise, you can just put hashtag ad. But to me, I feel like hashtag ad implies someone was paying me to make this stream. Different things. Different things. So I'll do that, and I'll do the branded content tool when we play the game. It's almost downloaded. It's almost downloaded. Hashtag ad is too vague. I don't like it. I get that it's the CYA and covers everything by disclosing that, like, the most possible brand relationship could be here. Oh no, Frequency Punch, that's awful. Zark Norris says, what about hashtag sponsored? Hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored, and hashtag paid all to me insinuate that you were paid for that content. Like actually a paycheck paid for that content. Yeah, this is a quinoa dish with red peppers and feta cheese and spinach and sausage. It's very good. And actually, I think the FTC in their most recent one said hashtag sponsored is not clear enough. Because you need to put who it's sponsored by. And Zarknor says, I can see sponsored as being that they gifted you the game you're playing, though. So then, it could be, and that's what the FTC is saying, that that could certainly apply to that. But think, like, outside of Twitch. Or, like, kind of, we were giving this example earlier, I don't know if you were here for it, but, like, that yellow controller at the top there is a Miss Chalice controller that Nintendo lovingly sent to me because I love Cuphead so much. Should I put hashtag sponsored in the title of every stream? Because that's there. And that's why the FTC says hashtag sponsored isn't clear enough, because who's it sponsored by? Sponsored by that controller? Sponsored by this game? Sponsored by AMD? Who's it sponsored by? I love government official now followed me. Welcome! Right, does it mean that this is an ad because of my chair? This is an Alienware chair that Alienware sent me. Does that mean that this stream is an ad? Government official says, pass me an apple. You got it. Here, an apple slice for you. Yeah, I think hashtag ad is fine, but hashtag sponsored isn't. Which makes no sense. Next will be watermarks over whatever's been given to you. But yeah, you'll probably start to see a lot of stuff online. TikToks and Instagram Reels and vertical videos especially are going to have text on screen now that says, this is a paid ad with so-and-so. Like on the actual video, not just in the description. And potentially even a verbal disclaimer where the first 3 seconds of that TikTok or Reel are someone's voice saying, this is a paid sponsorship by such and such company, before the content starts. You're probably going to start seeing that now. Which, if it actually is paid content, fine. People aren't going to engage with it because they're going to scroll past it before you're done saying that sponsored sentence. But it is a clear disclosure of the relationship. As long as I'm not being forced to say, this is a paid partnership with so-and-so, when it wasn't. I can't pay my rent in exposure or free swag. Therefore, I don't want to say this was a paid sponsorship. Does Logan have paid disclosure from his mom on his forehead? Jack Walker says, maybe a running banner at the bottom of the screen listing all the gifted items that are present. That's actually, I think, a less intrusive way to do it. Yeah. Yeah, that free lanyard you sent me once doesn't pay my rent, so... Pyroific, congratulations. You sold your first ever painting. That's amazing. Congrats. I love when people can make money from their creative passions. Okay. Yay! Way to go! Happy, happy. Okay. Let us play a game, shall we? So, you'll see I changed my title. I now also have the branded content where it says includes paid promotion at the top of the screen. That disclosure is now there for everyone. Even though paid is used very loosely there. But Twitch is trying not to get sued too. I get it from a corporate standpoint. Shall we play a game? At hashtag ad for Kleenex. I did buy this Kleenex myself. Oh, you're in theater mode, so you don't have to look at it. Nice. Nice. I am legitimately very excited to check out this game. Even if I did not get a copy of the code from the PR company, I would still be very excited about this game. Here, let me change it to the category. It's also 1 to 4 players. Photosensitive warning, keep that in mind. Oh, it's so cute. Okay. Is that supposed to be a hand or a finger? I'm very confused. All right, how many players? Just 1 today. That's me. The art style is very Disney. Yeah, for sure. Do you want to play as Mickey, Minnie, Donald, or Goofy? I kind of want to make Logan come in and play this with me. Let's be Donald. I love me some Donald. Oh, you guys are all saying Goofy. Okay. Everyone's saying Goofy. A less challenging experience, a balanced challenge, a more punishing challenge, or a low-risk experience. So it looks like you can decide this per player, which I love. So like if Logan was playing, I could have him play on this low-risk experience while I could play on balanced challenge or something like that. Music's a little loud. Okay, great. I will turn it down a little. Thank you for letting me know.
Gorsh.
Aw, of course. I love it. Goofy should be forced hard mode. If you want to be my Steam friend, that's a Dragon Scale reward. Okay. Yeah, Goof Troop is great.
Here we are. The perfect place for an island picnic. Maybe I read this map wrong. Nope, this is it. Minnie! Oh boy, it's great to see ya.
It's wonderful to see you too.
Why didn't she just chop with that sword?
I got the map you sent. Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
I didn't send that map. It doesn't even have coordinates or custom embossing.
Donald?
Donald!
Not exactly.
Gorge, the gang's all here.
Uh-oh. Why were they all given a map?
I sure am glad you sent this map, or I'd never found the place. It ain't on my GPS. Goofy positioning system.
Hang on. We all got maps of this island, but we didn't send them to each other?
That's so strange.
It sure is. Why didn't we carpool?
Gosh, we gotta get to the bottom of...
Am I imagining things, or does everyone else hear that noise?
Sounds like mystical twinkling.
That is not a usual island sound. Let's go check it out.
Okay. The twinkling sound's coming from that direction. This reminds me so much of... Did any of you play the old Nintendo game Mickey Mousecapade? It was for original NES. That's what this is reminding me of right now. You mean the same direction these signs with suspicious picnic images are pointing to? That's right.
Gorsh.
Does this mean we still get to get our picnic? That's the best case scenario. What's the worst case? Follow me. Wait, what's the worst case? Okay, investigate the area ahead. So I'm always gonna go back here. Up is view my quests. I don't know that that worked. That's to jump, okay. Goofy's voice actor, Bill Farmer, is also the voice of Sam the dog in the Sam and Max series. Nice. Oh. Mailbox checkpoint. Mailboxes save progress and are where stamped players return. Oh, I thought the mailbox had a mustache. Hold that to jump higher. Okay, is it just me or does it look like this should be a secret? No, not a secret. Alright. Jump over dangerous creatures like that spiny cactus. Jump on bouncy objects to gain more height. Okay. What are these like? They look like candles or something. Oh, I'm totally playing this with Logan. This is real cute. Like, he would get frustrated at some of this platforming for sure. But I'm like, that's how you get good. Just keep trying, keep practicing.
Oh,
The sound is coming from behind this shrubbery. Let's take a look.
oh. Is it normal to see a bookcase in the middle of a jungle?
Well, sure. But making a strange twinkling sound? Oh, now that's weird.
Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Goofy, we bid you welcome to the world of Monoth. We are the Hokins, and I am their leader, Toku.
Oh, I'm Goofy.
Yes, I know. I just greeted you.
Well, I remember. Yep, good times.
Indeed. Can someone please help move this conversation forward?
Sure, Toku. So, are you the one who invited us here?
I am. I apologize for the misleading picnic invitations, but if I told you the truth, you might not have believed me.
So there's no picnic.
Yes, that is what I meant by misleading.
Okay, I just wanted to know before I left my papa.
Donald's always so mad.
Oh, darn.
But Logan thinks Donald getting mad is hilarious. Like the height of comedy still.
Perfectly peaked.
Thank you, Minnie. Well, we're in desperate need of your help. Our entire world is in danger. We need heroes to save us, and we all know about your adventures. Dueling with knights, swashbuckling as musketeers, and even contesting giants high atop a beanstalk. I mean, wow.
Gosh, we have done heroic things.
Those things were pretend. This isn't.
Well, sure, but don't you want to be real heroes for a change?
No.
Oh man, is this the beginning of the next Kingdom Hearts game? Because I'm here for
And
it.
if that makes us heroes, then let's be heroes.
Reason 4,897 why I love you, Minnie.
Say, what are we whispering about?
Oh.
Oh. Tell us what you need, Toku. We'll help however we can.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I cannot tell you how relieved I am. Now, you see this magnificent yet empty bookcase? Normally, it holds 3 tomes of knowledge, a trio of powerful magical books that contain all the wisdom of our lands. Now, as long as the books are in place upon these shelves, prosperity reigns for the people of Monoth.
Hang on, the books are gone.
Yes, I know.
What happens when the books aren't on the shelf?
Oh, great calamity will befall our world, and 1,000 evils will rain down untold suffering and misery!
That's it. For me.
Yeah, DM Stretch, go for it.
Gosh, what happened to the tomes?
Evil thieves from the 3 biomes
Here, I'm gonna say I'm enabling subtitles. There we go. Woo!
of Monoth have
There
stolen
we go,
them,
everyone.
selfishly using the magic of the tomes to further their own desires at the expense of the world. We tried to stop them from taking the books, but
You are too small and weak?
I was just going to say that we failed, but yes, we were too weak. Too weak.
I'm small.
And small, yes. Both of those things. We are small and weak, all right?
I'm cranky.
The point is, we need help from outside heroes, and you four, well, your exploits are famous. Your bravery, legendary, and to put it simply, you're just what we need. What our world needs. What do you say?
Sure.
Of course.
You betcha.
Donald?
Oh no! Why should I do it?
We can reward you handsomely.
Because I'm a hero, that's why.
We'll do it, Toku.
Oh, wonderful! You must travel to the 3 biomes of Monarch and retrieve the tomes of knowledge. But be prepared. It will not be easy. The thieves will
Let's
not
get that
readily
loot.
part with the books, but I will teach you some magic words that will help.
Words are the most powerful weapon, you know. I'm better.
These words, when spoken aloud, create a sequence that will trap the thieves. It's better than any cannon, and there's no messy cleanup.
So it's like a magic spell?
Yes! Just utter these words. TBD, 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 TBD.
TBD, 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 TBD.
Wait, are those placeholder words or the actual words?
Yes.
And we can use the spell on anybody?
No, just the thieves.
That seems suspiciously arbitrary.
Yeah, much in life does.
Okay, so all we gotta do is find the thieves and use the words to trap them.
Yes, but it will only work when they're dazed.
There certainly are a lot of rules.
Such is the nature of magic.
I still want to tell.
Oh, I've got a question. Where's the picnic?
No, that was a ruse.
A what?
No, a ploy, a sham, a deception.
No picnic.
Oh, are there sandwiches?
There is no.
It's okay. We'll explain. Don't you worry, Toku. We won't let you down.
Oh, thank you. All of you.
Toku, where can we find the tomes?
I do not have the exact locations,
What a shock.
but we believe each thief can be located within a different part of Monoth. I suggest you travel to Terrarium Town within Pavonia, the biome to the west. This is the last known sighting of one of the tomes. I've marked the location on these mobile communication devices. Just check the Toku app.
Thanks, Toku. Come on, everybody. Let's go find the first tome and be heroes.
That seemed to go well. What?
This is why we need help.
Oh.
Okay, we need to go through the Forgotten Farmlands on the other side of this gap.
Golly.
Gosh, this jump looks pretty far. I can make it. Watch. Oh no, Donald.
Oh.
You okay there, buddy? Let's look around the island for something to help us cross this gap. If nothing else, it will be an adventure. Okay, investigate the area. We did it. Some places you can't get to yet. Find new items to help you progress. Ooh, what are we collecting? Glimped. Use Glimpse to gain extra hearts and unlock gallery rewards in the menu. Alright. Well, I feel like I'm supposed to go up here, but before we do that, let's investigate down here. Oh, little sign. Downtown Gizmopolis, Forgotten Farmlands, or Crater's Bay. Where are we supposed to go? Oh dear, you haven't found any books yet, friends. Alright, so maybe this is not where I'm supposed to go. Let's go back. I'm gonna go up this way because I feel like that's what the developers were trying to get me to do, and I did different things. Why does it feel like that platform should move? Here's a book. What do I do with this book? Why is there a water stream going up there? Okay. Here, what did that sign say? It was another hint. Some places you can't get to yet. Find new items to help you progress. Oh, because I can't jump up there yet. Okay. Yeah, it looks like I'll be able to go, like, wall run maybe at some point. Can't get up there, not yet. Alright. Music's still a bit loud. Yeah, I don't want you to not be able to hear that. I wonder if we can change in the audio. Oh, silly Nintendo fingers.
Returned.
Master volume, but the VO volume up. Because I feel like the voices are quiet compared to everything else. How are the sound effects? Are they loud for you? For me, it's the music that's a little loud. Hopefully that'll be okay. It's just the music that's loud? Okay, great. Thank you. Any Dragon Scale requests are redeemed after the stream. I don't take the time to do them live on the stream, Reign of Keys. Okay. I guess we can go redeem this little guy. Who's this?
Oh,
Yoo-hoo! Hello!
Oh.
Sorry, I'll be right with you.
Haha.
I get a little lost in my own tinkering world. Can I help you with something? We're trying to get across to Pavonia. Do you know if there's a way? Why, yes, I have just the tools for the task. Great, thanks. This guy's name is Mazzy, and he's so cute. What's the point of a wonderful workshop if not to help those in need? Oh yes, these will work splendidly. Now then, for my new friend with the distinctive ears, a shiny, short burst jetpack.
Oh boy.
This'll really put a vroom in my zoom. Yeah, I'm excited for a jetpack, thank you.
Oh.
For Ms. Botastic, an elegant bit of origami, a giant paper plane. Oh, I love it, so sleek and aerodynamic. Oh, it's cute that they each get their own thing, not everybody has a jetpack. For you, in the lovely, I guess that's a sweater or a shirt? Yup.
Huh?
Okay. For you, a spicy pepper to fire you forwards. Food? Fantastic, I'm starving. It's a propellant pepper, not an edible one. Yeah, I was wondering how that was gonna work. What do I get? Yes, the sailor. You have, hold on. You forgot me, didn't you? Not at all.
Oh.
Here it is, a rather rickety repeating rocket. Don't rockets usually explode? Now, all of you, please enjoy these inventions. They should help you navigate the treacherous terrain of Mana. Thank you for your help. You can call me Mazzy. Thanks, Mazzy. You are welcome, and farewell, my new friends. Gosh, this is so cute. I can't even. Well, he sure was nice. He never answered my exploding rocket question. No, we'll find out, Donald. Sorry, my man. Boost jump!
You have returned.
Travel over the gap, so now we need to go back. Tarlin, welcome back. Good to see you, friend. 102 months. So OG. Oh. Because, yeah, now we need to press jump at the peak of your jump to get a boost. That's hilarious. That little spicy pepper. He rides it like a pool floaty. Woohoo! Well designed that you need to use it to get out, so it trains you to use it.
Oh boy.
Now that we've got a way to boost over jumps, let's get back to that gap. Where was it again? Let's open the map and have a look. Oh, we have a map. Beautiful. That arrow must be where we are now.
Ah.
And this marker must be where we're going. Can't we just go home?
Oh.
No, we promised to help. Ugh, fine. Let's head back to the gap in the Forgotten Farmlands. Okay, we will do that, but I also... I'm assuming there's no falling damage in this game. If we look at our map, I also am going to go over to the right on the bottom there, because we didn't do that before. We didn't fully explore that area. Oh, I can't get up there yet. Okay. Alright, now I guess we've gone as far there as we can. I wonder how we'll fill in those cables. I don't know. Yeah, M Hot. This game can be played by Little Dude, and I think he can even have a separate difficulty setting than me. I wonder if the difficulty setting makes it, makes, like, the jumps easier. Like, do you get a longer jump? Or, I don't know. Maybe more forgiving on, like, timing windows of stuff? Okay. Got more glimpse. Am I supposed to go in the water there? Let's just do it anyway. Can I dive under the water? It doesn't appear that I can. Logan's downstairs playing Pokemon right now. I have to look up, and actually, does anybody know this? Because I'm like, I would love to have him play games like this with me on stream sometime. But I don't know what the rules are as far as, like, kids on Twitch. Maybe I can ask at TwitchCon. Oh, no! I do know that, like, as far as creating your own Twitch account, you have to be 13. But I wouldn't be having him create his own Twitch account. I would be having him... Ooh, Deep Roots in the Library. I would be having him, like, as a guest on my stream. As long as you're with him, you're good to go. Alright. Like, some of this platforming that I'm doing right now, this would be tricky for him, for sure. How do I dive down further? I don't know that I can. Give me that. Deep Roots in the Library. Find the path up to the terrarium town. Yeah, there's some question marks we missed and some other stuff. I don't know what those are for. Oh, how can I get up there? Maybe not yet. Let me go down this way first. Looks like there's a collectible down here. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Alright, a token! I love how it's spelled. Collectible card created in Manath. Have I played the earlier games for the NES? Yes, Vectrix. This really reminds me of, I think it was called Mickey Mousecapades. Was the game that I played on NES, and it was really hard. It was a game that, like, I couldn't even beat with Game Genie. It was so hard. Let's see. Oh no! I hate when trash bags split all over the floor. I'm sorry, that's not fun. Give me this. Overgrown farmlands, deep roots, and a library. Oh, we can't get up there yet. Find a way to travel higher. Oh! There are doors throughout Manath. Give me this key, baby. One of a set of 3. A full set unlocks a door. Okay. Seems like that door right down there we just passed is the door we want to unlock. Oh, is this a hidden Mickey? I found a hidden Mickey, y'all. Aw, Vectrex! I know, I miss Co-optitude as well. Ryan Day is a lovely human. I love the, like, adorable whistling and stuff. So cute. This game is very cute. I also played the Epic Mickey games. They're great. Ooh.
Wow!
You received a heart. Collecting this restores 1 heart for everyone that needs it. Ooh, I like that you share health too. That's cool. So any health buffs go to everybody. Another key. Give me that key. I wonder if we're gonna have boss battles in this game. Nope. Let me down there. Nice. No! Okay, hold on. Up here. Now I want to get all that. Collect all the shinies. Collect all the shinies. I mean, this is a way to get higher. Did I do the objective? It did kind of look like a companion cube. Okay, our 3rd key. Let's make it happen. Oh, no! Wait, what? You can't stay on those for too long. Well, I want that thing, though. Alright. Lesson learned. New user says, we don't see those so hard that even with a Game Genie I can't beat it type of games very much anymore, aside from Souls-like games. I feel like a lot of those, like, so hard I couldn't even beat it with Game Genie games were more a matter of poor game design. In a lot of cases, not all cases, but in a lot of cases, I feel like it was either poor game design or poor game translation if it was originally like a Japanese game and then wasn't ported super well over for its Western port. I feel like that's when we saw a lot of that. Alright, can I zoom in? Yeah, zoom. I'm there. Here's the door. Yay! Don't stay on there too long. That guy will bite you. Here. The quarry and overgrown farmlands. It says find a way to travel higher. And all I keep doing is going lower and lower. Secrets? Yeah! Woo! Another token discovered! Keh. Keh personally creates a drawing of everyone who enters Gizmopolis. Initially hired to help polish the work of other security experts, if you've seen someone walking around Gizmopolis, it's likely Keh has drawn them at some point. Whoa, what was that guy? Hey. Oh, that was just where the secret was. Maybe that always marks secrets? Yep. Do I need that light up there? Interesting. I'm gonna zoom out. Oh, there we go. Wow, we've covered a lot of territory so far. Good job, Goofy. Yeah, cactus. Don't be a cactus, butt. Uh-oh, what's that eye? That's kind of creepy. The quarry is down below. Oh, stand in a healing pond. Nice. Accomplishment unlocked. So now if I look at the map, we know the healing pond is right there. Love it. Yeah, we needed a heart. So yeah, I guess the lowest difficulty level is infinite hearts, which would be great for Logan. He's still very much so getting used to platforming. He loves strategy games, which is why he's a Pokemon kid. But, like, having to react quickly to things is not his jam right now. So a nice platformer like this where there's not really, like, enemies to take out or anything, I feel like this would be more his speed. There's those little cactus dudes, but, like, they're minding their own business. That's fine. I'm not mad at them. They're doing good. Alright. I feel bad that I didn't check out on the other side of Cactus Man. Is there a secret behind that blue leaf? Yeah, there is! Woo! Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Alright, here we go. Woohoo! You received memorabilia bundle. Cool. Got it. Alright, let's see what else we got. Is that thing gonna eat me? Is there a secret in here? No. Okay. Aha! I don't think we have any keys yet. Yeah, no keys yet. So that's our next thing we need. Keys are right there. Got a checkpoint. Quarry. Now, I don't think we can get higher here, but just in case. No. Can't do that yet. My spicy pepper allows me to longer jump, but not really so much higher jump. Oh, glint reward is ready. I got enough. What can I get for quest list? Things are looking up. Glint rewards. Oh, stinking. Reveal. New gallery item unlocked. History of Pavonia. Okay. Neat. Tarlin, you like the music? It is nice. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing this with Logan, either on screen or off. The other thing I struggle with like, playing games with Logan on stream is he still gets very, like, rage quitty with games. And I wouldn't, like, just for his own personal privacy, I don't know that he would want to have a temper tantrum on stream in front of lots of people. You know what I mean? Like, he's just a little dude, so he still has some meltdowns and stuff. For anybody that needs it. Is this a secret? No. Yeah, STS says good call. Yeah. I'm protecting my little man. He's still figuring out big feelings. Yeah, I actually learned that lesson when the babies were really little on Nerds with Kids. Now, I mean, Nerds with Kids was about parents having a conversation. We weren't actually asking the children to do anything. But sometimes they would just, like, have a hard day, you know, and, like, come in and need a hug or whatever. And there were times when we would actually, like, stop filming to deal with it and then come back after whatever the issue was needed to be resolved. But we were pre-recorded on Nerds with Kids, so you could do that. In a live situation, it would just be like all right, BRB while I deal with this, and then that might be like a half-hour BRB. So, it's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. We all need a hug sometimes. I got my hug from you guys on stream today, which I needed after my very awkward work trip. Alright. Let's go this way. Get these. What is that creepy eye watching me? Like, is this world alive? And if so, is it like, why are you walking all over my guts? Or insides, or whatever. I know, the eyeball's strange. Yeah, hugs to everybody that needs them today. I'm gonna go down or up first? I'm gonna go down first, I think. Okay, I thought these might circle around and eventually become the same thing. That was correct. There we go. Boom. Oh, I don't need this heart now. Can I get it later? Can I hold on to it for later, potentially? We're just getting these little glimpses. Tarlin redeemed a stretch. Wanderer says, cute on the surface games aren't complete without some horrible and dark secret lurking beneath the surface. I mean, that's true. All right, Mr. Bones redeemed a hug for everybody. Hugs. Hugs for you wherever you are and whatever emotional state you're in right now. We could all use a good hug, so this hug is for you. And thank you for the hug for me, too. Thank you, Mr. Bones. Tarlin redeemed a stretch. You're right. I have been streaming for a while. Yes, I'm still in PJs because I'm still recovering from jet lag. But it's so nice to be back in my own house. Oh, yeah. So nice to be back in my own house. I missed it. I missed my food and my family and my bed. I missed all of that. How many days was I away? I left Sunday night last weekend and came back yesterday, so 6 days. 6 days including travel. Okay. Got my little stretch on. But I'm back now. What time was touchdown yesterday? I left South Korea at 2:30 p.m. on Saturday, and I got to LA at 10:30 a.m. on Saturday because you travel back in time coming this direction. Which is very strange. Let me get that. I bet from like here. Oh no, there's a wall there. I can't do that then. What was my favorite dish? The Korean fried chicken was awesome. Although the authentic Korean barbecue was amazing as well. I went to a pork barbecue place. I didn't know that there was a difference between pork Korean barbecue and beef Korean barbecue, like as in the places. So I went to a place that specialized in pork. And it was really good. Would I go back? Definitely. I would definitely go back with a little more prep next time. It would be great. Yeah, I can't get up to any of this right now. But yeah, when I went to Korean barbecue, this super nice man named Tiger took me and he was like, okay, this kind of meat you just want to dip in sauce or in salt. And this kind of meat you want to dip in this sauce, then this powder. And this kind of meat you want to put some of this on it, some of this on it, some of this on it, and then wrap it up in a sesame leaf and then eat it all together. And like it was so nice to have someone that like really knows the cuisine kind of walk me through it. Okay, here we go. The food in Vietnam was so good it ruined Vietnamese food in the US for you? Oh no. Also, I found at the Korean barbecue place I went to, like I'm used to Korean barbecue places here in the States being just like, here's your meat, cook it yourself, bye. Whereas the Korean barbecue place I went to in South Korea, there's someone who comes around and essentially cooks it on your grill for you, in front of you. And Tiger had explained to me that is... Oh, I missed something up there. That they can ensure that, like, the meat's cooked correctly, not overcooked and all that kind of stuff when they do it for you instead of you doing it yourself. Oh, no. Can I not get back up there? Oh, I'm so sad. I missed something. It's not exactly like hibachi, because hibachi, there's someone there the whole time, where, like, our waiter came by and would, like, put stuff on the grill, and then come back, like, 10 minutes later and kind of check it, and flip it and check it. And if you wanted to take it off the grill earlier yourself, you totally could, or you could wait till they come and do it for you. Whereas hibachi, like, the dude's there the whole time, right? Mazzy, so nice to see you again. Nice to see you too, my friends. And a little surprising, we just saw you back at the library. Yes, you did. Strange, isn't it? Very. How did you get here? Well, you know, I don't quite remember. Must be the years finally catching up to me. Anyway, what can I do for you? We gotta reach Terrarium Town, but can't find a way to the top of the Forgotten Farmlands. So you need something to ascend to new heights. Yes, that will help, and that. Oh my goodness, and certainly that. The problem's not your jumping prowess. It's your ability to cling to vertical surfaces. Fortunately, I have just the curious creations to help. For my red-shorted friend, the pen may be mightier than the sword, but a giant pencil can draw new conclusions. Cute. This is so cute! For a professional climber with a polka dot personality, a professional climbing tool. That's certainly spot on.
Return.
For the gent in the green hat, the best way to serve the situation is a giant fork. Woohoo! My tummy's rumbling already. Oh, I liked the Epic Mickey games. What's Donald get? And for you, my nautical friend, a plunger! Oh, he's so mad. But the others oh, fine. Poor Donald. Now go, my friends, and reach the gates of Terrarium Town. The views are beautiful.
Gorsh.
What a great pal, always there just when you need him. A plunger? Philly. Ability unlocked, wall jump. This is the part in the game that Logan's gonna be like, no thank you. Whenever we have to wall jump in games, a lot of times Logan will be like, Mama, can you just do it? Mama, can you just do it? And I'm like, no, bud, you can figure it out. I believe in you. Oh, here, what if I... There it is. Nice. Woohoo! Now I want to go back and, like, get all this stuff. There's so much stuff to go back and get. It feels very, like, Metroid in that way. You gotta go back and revisit stuff. Can I go up there? Not yet, but I can. Go up here. One of those. Ah, so close. Yes! Yes, baby, yes! Oh, what's up here? I'm gonna zoom. Should I have gone that way, maybe? Does look like there's something back there. There's something right here, though, too. Woohoo! Going up this way. Don't need that heart yet, so I'm just gonna leave it there. Where are we now in the map? Alright, I'm gonna have to do a big circle to collect the items we missed. Okay. Go across here. Okay, so I got the glimpse there. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go around and do a big circle again to get whatever that is and whatever that is. Okay, here we go. Down here a little farther. Yeah, that. Give me that. Nice. Memorabilia discovered. Steamboat Willie! Aww. Oh, man. I would ask for that, Robbie Good. Putting Epic Mickey on Switch? Yeah, I'm there for that. Let's make that happen. Okay, I don't think I have crossed it yet. No, not yet. Under here, I think is where I needed to go. Oh, you can slide down the wall with that, too. There it is. A token discovered. Oh, I got eaten, though. Cyclone. Terrarium Town's resident anthropologist is Cyclone. A calm individual, he documents the people of Monoth who have come before and will exist after his time. Rumor has it he can be strict, though this has never been witnessed. I love the idea of Epic Mickey, right? Like the whole idea of like you can put paint on things or take color out of things, and that's how you progress and tell a story. I just thought it was such a clever idea. Oh, I just heard Logan come upstairs. Okay. See, I'm so glad I saved this heart, because now I need it. Did I get like a speed boost? It feels like I'm going faster, but maybe it was just zooming in on things. Alright, now where do I need... Can I fast travel to any of these? Because it'd be really nice if I could. I guess maybe this means I need to wall jump, so I could circle back and get all these wall jump tokens. Although I have a feeling I'll get other things that I could circle back to as well. The healing pool there. Travel toward... Well, let's just do the wall jumps while we're down here, right? That's not it. Yeah, I almost landed on the cactus. Yeah, this so takes me back to like playing Mickey Mouse Capades on the original NES when I was a kid. Okay. The map is much larger than you expected it to be. I know, because it feels like, you know, this is a kid's game. It should be over fairly quickly. But alas, that is not the case. We got some glints here that I couldn't get because they required that. Nice. A few here as well. Woohoo! Got him! We haven't been this way at all before. Creepy eyeballs, creepy eyeballs. Eyeballs, eyeballs everywhere. Nice! A new token discovered. Mazzy! The curiously creative Mazzy's the terrific tinkerer of crazy contraptions, combining magic and science into magnificent inventions. A tool for every trade and a project for every purpose. Weird how he's always there when you need him. Precarious, I love that you installed a new bird feeder, but I wonder what nefarious purposes your cat is up to. Let me up there. Why can't I get up there? I want to get up there. Oh, can I jump off this? Yes, I can. That's how I do it. Okay. Now we gotta go up here. Get that. Memorabilia. Goofy's first love. Oh. The sandwich and two other things from Goofy's First Love in 2015. Okay, what else? There's one more thing to get over here, and I have to go all the way around. Don't need the heart. Still going the right way. Okay. Still going. Oh no. Cactus. Come back. I just do a little jump. I'll do a big jump over this guy. Okay. Almost at the thing I couldn't get before. Maybe over here? Yes. There it is.
Polish.
Memorabilia. Clock cleaners, 1930s. I love the memorabilia. The Disney memorabilia is so sweet. Rob says, just notice the gifted game in the corner. Yeah, I put it there during the cinematic. You know, you can never be too careful nowadays. Let's see. Robbie says, it's interesting that Mickey is the most recognizable animated character in the world, but is in so few properties anymore. 'Tis true. Oh, you know what I just thought about with the gifted game thing? Like, it's one thing for streamers, but pretty much everyone I know in games media, when they review a game, they get sent the game to review. Like, they're sent the game ahead of time to review. Does that mean every review moving forward will be a sponsored review? I guess technically, according to the FTC, yes. But, like, how would you review a game without getting a copy of the game ahead of time? I guess then the only non-sponsored reviews, according to that metric, are people that wait until it comes out and buy it themselves. But also, I feel like that's misleading because what if a review actually is sponsored? Meaning, like, I hope that people don't do paid reviews because I think that they're unethical. But what if someone did actually get paid to make a review? There would be no way to distinguish that from a I got early access to review this game. Like, they would both be marked the same. That seems weird. The publishers will just let you borrow the game until you beat it, then you gotta give it back. That's still, though, Robbie, that would still count as... Because sometimes I do get that. A lot of times with Gong Show, if I get early access to a game, after I've showcased the game, they'll revoke access to it on Steam. But that still could be argued that that's something of material value that I got in exchange for producing content. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so many questions. And I do know that the FTC has, like, for anyone who has more questions about this, like, please write us, write in your questions and send them to this email address, and maybe we'll answer them in a future Q&A, which I thought was cool. Okay, we're going up this way now. So I think I have, yeah, I've cleared out everything down here. Looks like I've cleared out everything up there. So I'm going to go over this way now. Okay. Am I going the right way? I think I am. Welcome back to the States. Yeah, I think my main question for the FTC would be, what's the best way to disclose the difference, or what's the difference in disclosure between when something is paid via money versus via exchange or gifted products or experiences? And I've read, like, similar Q&As to that up to this point that have said that the best way to disclose is to just be clear about exactly what was provided. Which then I still stand firm on, cool, that's exactly what I'm doing. As far as the, like, trip was provided, but no payment for these posts. Like, I feel like that should be a different disclosure than everything's just paid. I don't know. That's my salty rant about it for today. Thank you, my face. Cairo FX says, wait, what laws are supposed to make sense? Since when? I mean, good point. Whoa! I kind of
Gorge.
accidentally discovered that secret. What do we get? Slick. A renowned terrarium inspector, Slick is known for his sharp eye and passion for quality. He personally checks every tribute to ensure it meets requirements. At his birth, Slick inspected the hospital and graded it a grade 2 institution. That's hilarious. Beardtastic says, it's like they're trying to use a generic catch-all because they couldn't be bothered with specifics for the different scenarios you're talking about. Oh, it's super true. That's 100% true. Woohoo! Get me up there. Woohoo! Whoa, what is that down there? A new type of bad guy? That's terrifying. No, I can't. I don't think I can get up there. Maybe if I go. What is that thing doing? There we go. That's how I get up there. Oh, new friend? Hello. You look new to the wonderful biomes of Mana. We are. Can I interest you in one of my map pieces? That would be fantastic, but I'm afraid we don't have anything to buy with them. That's okay. I don't sell them. They're free. Where's the butt? At the top of my legs? Ha ha ha, Logan will love that joke. There are no butts. Oh, should I have said my tushy? Oh my god, he'd be rolling right now. I just love making maps and handing them out to the wonderful folks who find me. Look for me throughout Monoth, and I'll give you a new piece in each area. Why can't you just give us all of them now?
You butt.
Where's the fun in that? You're right. What was I thinking? Thanks, pal. We'll see you soon. I've created a map piece. Yay! Oh, I love it. Whoa, wait. There was a secret down there in the purple section that I didn't see? Hold up. What? A what? Oh my heavens. And look at all this. And this is just the first time we've seen Map Guy, which means... Is this as far out as I can zoom? It is. Which means that there's going to be many more sections of the map that are yet to be discovered. Oh yeah, look at all this. So much. So much. I'm still going. So much map. So much map. You know I do like to backtrack for loot. I wish I could fast travel to any of these mailboxes, though. That would be wildly helpful to have some kind of fast travel up in this business. Because, like, right now I want to go back and get all this stuff. I am going to go back and get all that stuff. Reign of Keys, I already answered that question, hun. Already answered. In case you missed it earlier, I will say it again. Yeah, thank you, Pyroific. I do it after the stream. If I stopped the stream for every person that redeemed a Dragon Scale reward, the whole stream would just be Trisha redeeming Dragon Scale rewards. So, I do them after the stream is over. If you want to redeem away, and then after the stream is over, I will do any of the Dragon Scale redemptions. Oh. Ah! I was reading chat. Just trying to go back and collect some stuff. Going the right way? Yes. Yeah! Yes, I'm going back to the library. Because there are some goodies over here. And a whole big thing up here I have yet to explore, but that's a quicker way to get back there for sure. Where now? Oh, I guess I wasn't supposed to go down here. I did all this before. That was to get the thing.
You butt.
Okay. Now I still can't swim down very deep, so I don't think I can get whatever's down there right now, sadly. But I can go over here maybe and try to get whatever that is. Maybe you need a tool to hold to go underwater? Maybe. Oh! That's cool. Didn't get that before. More Steamboat Willie stuff. We got Peg Leg Pete. Although he looks like he has normal legs there. Maybe it's just because he's a piratey guy. I don't know. I'll wait till that cactus turns around. Yeah, look, when you jump on it, it does something. There's got to be a way to break that, and I just don't know how yet. We need something for that. Alright, let me zoom us out further, because there is still a bunch of stuff over here. That chili pepper's so silly. At first, when they were like, you'll fly with a chili pepper, I was like, oh, he's gonna, like, eat it and fart a bunch. That's where my mind went. How else would you fly with a chili pepper? I didn't think he'd ride it like an inflatable pool toy. Yeah, that's true. Great call, STS. Today is the last chance to get Game On requests in for the month of July. And Reign of Keys, I do see your redemption. So I will get that afterwards. It came through okay. I see it on my end. Okay. And we're going to look around here. So I got some stuff up there. I got some stuff down here. Up here. Where am I now? Wow, up in this whole separate section. Let's see what we can find. Oh, a little healing pool. Nice. This is like surprise booty from Ghost of Tsushima. Except for, I guess, you know what? I guess Goofy and Donald are already showing booty, so it's not surprise booty, it's just normal Goofy and Donald booty in the healing pool. Where is this taking us? Found a whole new area. This is not where the game wants me to be right now, but it's where I've gone. Downtown Gizmopolis, outside the gates. But I can't, like, get in here yet. The doors are closed. Servo's swing spot? Yeah, it's like, Trisha, don't go here yet. We're not ready for you. Yeah, it's not letting me go through any of that yet. Hi, Hi, Callum. How are you? Now we need fan art of Goofy stepping into the Ghost of Tsushima hot spring. I mean, we could. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Look at this little tea set. Just having a little tea party. Oh yeah, I can't get through here yet either. Alright, so basically I came up here way before I was supposed to. There are... How do I get to those down there? Oh, like I need something to use this upstream and I can't yet. Probably like an umbrella or something like that. And then I'd be able to get those. Let's see what else we got. A couple things down here. Yeah, I can't really get any of this yet. So let me, if I'm going to do that, let me circle back and down. Whoop. Okay, here we go. Hi, friends.
Oh.
You haven't found any books yet? No, this game's big. Oh, yeah, and then it's whatever needs to go in these cables. We don't know what that is yet. Yeah, and I don't think we can get to this. We probably are going to have to, like, hang on that or something. Alright, so we've pretty much covered as much yellow area as we can, and the next place we need to go to is all the way over there. But folks, this is where I'm going to end the stream for today. Just because I, just got in yesterday, and I still want to spend all that time with my fam-damalams since I missed them the whole time. But thank you all so much for tuning in. I know last week there were obviously no streams because I was in South Korea, but this week there will be extra streams. Streams for everybody, making it stream all week. So tomorrow I will have a stream. I know I don't normally stream on Mondays, but tomorrow I will have a stream. I'll put the schedule in the Discord. But tomorrow I will have a stream that is actually a partnered stream. Tomorrow actually is not like a... I got this game from a PR company stream, but actually, this is a partnered collaboration. And it's one that I'm very excited about that I hinted at before because it's with Mini Motorways. I love me some Mini Motorways. So very, very hyped for that. That'll be tomorrow. And then Tuesday will be an extra long Gong Show, like an epically long, maybe 5+ hour long Gong Show stream. Because Stray Gods come. Yeah, I have the ability to stream Stray Gods a little early for that. And then, yeah, like I said, extra streams this week. So lots of it. Lots of it. An epic Gong Show. Yes. Well, because also there were so many games I wanted to feature last week. But since I was out of town, they all got pushed to this week. So, yeah, epically long. But it'll be fun. So, Disney Illusion Island is really cute, and I can't wait to... This is going to be the next family game that I play with the husbando and little man, and hopefully it will help him feel a little more comfortable in his platforming skills. But I think this is really adorable, and it's available on Switch if anyone wants to check it out. Riding Politely, thanks for the bits. You're amazing. And yeah, join the Discord if you haven't already, and I'll be sure to get the schedule in there tomorrow, and then throughout the week as I have time I am going to try to edit some of my South Korea footage to make vlogs of some sort and share that. I will. Cormac, I just don't have them in today. I was too tired to get anything together really today, but I do have the fun colored hair, which is blue and purple and pink and teal, available. It's just not in right now. Now that it's something I can take in and out, which is still very weird for me. All right, anyone, have a good rest of your day. Be kind to one another, and I'll talk to you soon. Okay. Oh, and yes. Oh, of course we're getting a raid right now. Deckard! keep streaming for a little bit. I was legitimately just blowing kisses and saying goodbye. But since you're all here, party balloons for the Deckard raid. Thank you so much. Brian and Amelia, I hope you're doing so well. Thank you so very much for the raid and for trusting your community here. Welcome, everybody. Folks, I would imagine a lot of you already follow Deckard Games here on Twitch, but if you do not, please go ahead and do so. If we did a shout out, it must have gone with the raid and I didn't see what you were playing. So let's see. You were playing the Expanse, a Telltale series. That was one of the games on our poll to play today. I said Disney Illusion Island, or Expanse Telltale, or Viewfinder, or I forget what the other game that just came out was that I have a code for that we polled. But anyway, Disney Illusion Island won the poll, but the new Telltale Expanse came in second. So it was a close call. So I'm glad you were playing that. How was it, everybody? Did you like the Telltale Expanse? It's awesome. I'm a big Expanse fan. Love the show. Love the books. Let's hear it for Kamina Drummer. I'm here for it. So I will be playing that very soon, just not today. Oh, you guys said it was very good. Oh, I'm so glad. Ratchet and Clank, the PC port, was the other game. Thank you, STS. It was. Let's see. More Expanse content is always good. And yeah, just if any of you just came here to the stream, before I say goodbye, I was playing this adorable Disney Illusion Island, which is so reminiscent to me of like old school Mickey and Minnie games that I played as a kid. If anyone remembers like the old Nintendo or Super Nintendo or Genesis Disney games. So I'm Goofy right now, running around, but you can play as Mickey, Minnie, Goofy, or Donald, and it is up to 4 players local co-op, which is fantastic. And what I particularly like is you can set different difficulty levels for each player. So like if I was going to play this with my 6-year-old son, which I definitely will be, I can put him on the easiest difficulty while I'm on a balanced or more challenging difficulty so that we can both still have a great time playing this game. Really cute. So yeah, I'm playing it on Switch right now. I know you said you thought you saw it on a Nintendo Direct. But yeah, but look up, I mean, I just started this game today, and this is how much of the map I've unlocked. And, like, I only met one person that's like, here's a new chunk of the map, and gave me all this. So, like, you can just imagine how massive this map is going to be. Like, I feel like this game right now is, like, Disney's intro to Metroid. No permadeath mode, though? No. And I like that each of the playable characters have different ways of getting around. Like Goofy's long jump is that hot pepper. You can see he's like on that hot pepper right there. But they all, and like Mickey's got a jetpack, and I forget what Minnie had. And like his wall jump is using a fork. Donald's is using a plunger. They just, it's all really cute. Alright, I don't know if I can jump up there yet. Let's see. Nope. It looks like there's a way up, but I guess that's a little further to the right. Up here. Oh! What's that? That's not something I can get past yet. Alright, we'll come back to the weird eyeball board. But yeah, welcome to everybody from the Deckard Games stream. I probably should have said this earlier, but for those of you who are still here, hi! My name's Trisha. I'm sorry I'm a little out of it today because I am so jet lagged. I just flew home from a job in South Korea yesterday, and my brain is not operating at full clicks right now, if you will. But normally, I do a lot of tech and video game, like, on-camera presenting as my job. And on the days that I'm not on set filming, then I am here on Twitch, similar to how Brian and Amelia, you know, are actors, and then the days that they're not on set or doing their other fancy, beautiful life things, because they're wonderful humans, they are on Twitch. Alright, okay, I must have gotten that secret already. Continuing up, here we go. These little mailboxes are save points, so I've already gotten that one. Ooh, a beach day in Barcelona. That sounds amazing. Good for you. All right. Yeah, this was the guy who gave us the next section of the map. And then that's when I backtracked to get stuff. So this is all new undiscovered territory. It really does look like those mailboxes have like a beard and a mustache until you collect them, and then like maybe it's that they're sleeping and that's drool coming out of their mouth or something. I don't know. I would love to know the lore behind that. Okay, we don't need that heart right now. We're doing fine on health. No. How do I get over there? Let's see. Little cactus friend. There we go. Get that. Get up here. Oh, I love the music! It makes me so happy. That's a good TLDR, STS. So we're just collecting the shinies and exploring. That's what Disney Illusion Island is all about. Let's see, what did I get? Was that a Mickey memorabilia I just got, or something else? I don't know. Got all these blimps. Yeah, what do we think that is? It's like he has a beard or something. Also, those spike pits with the red bubbles coming out look very menacing. Whee! Terrarium Town and the surface. But yeah. So that is... But look at all this. We got so much to explore. And that's just until we get the next piece of the map. Which could go up. It could go all the way, like, way over this way. Still going, still going, still going. Yeah, there's a lot to this game, by the way. You thought there were hearts coming out of the spikes? That would be so tricky. Like, you'd have to get health that way. But yeah, thank you so much to Deckert Games for the raid. Like I said, I was kind of signing off when y'all got here, but I wanted to just show you, in case Deckert Games raided, just to show you what Disney Illusion Island looks like. I wanted to show you what it looks like and hang out for just a bit for those of you who are here. So you are welcome here anytime to the Dragon Rider community. And for my Dragon Riders, again, or for everyone, join the Discord. I will post my stream schedule there. Hopefully I will remember to update it here on Twitch, but sometimes that's a little spotty. And yeah, I'll try to post some of my Korea fun times if I have time or energy or wherewithal to edit them. Awesome. Thank you, everyone, so much, and I will see you soon. Bye, friends. And I know there's a Guide the Raid, so let's see if I got that. Let's see if I got... or someone asked about a Guide the Raid today, so I just want to make sure. There is a Guide the Raid from DM Stretch. I see you. I see you, friend. And we shall Guide the Raid today. Okay. All right. Go enjoy. We're raiding Katana Kitty, who I don't know. So I'm going to give that disclaimer. I don't know this person, but we're trusting that DM Stretch is sending us to a good place. It does say cozy, but maybe playing a mature game. What game? Oh, Elden Ring. Yeah, that's why the stream is marked as mature. So know that. And yeah, what if the raid was to Decker Games? That would be really funny. All right, everyone, please go enjoy. Say hello from the bottom of your heart, and I'll see you soon.